Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the City Council, City of Lakewood, Colorado on January 27th, 2020 at 7 p.m. in Chambers. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ball.
Here.
Abel. Vincent. Gutwein. Vita. Skilling. Springsteen. Franks. Johnson.
I am here.
LeBure.
Here.
Harrison. Here. You have a quorum.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to welcome you all for coming out tonight, or thank you all for coming out, and welcome all those who are tuning in via the internet or checking us at a later date. If you do have a cell phone, I'd ask that you please put it on silent, and we will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silent prayer. Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Clerk, please read item 4.
Item 4, presentation, Lakewood Advisory Commission, Farmers Markets and Healthy Food Access Proposal.
Great. I'll invite Mr. Ryan from the Lakewood Advisory Commission. Good evening.
Mayor, council members, my name is David Ryan. I sit on the Lakewood Advisory Commission and specifically on the Neighborhoods Committee. The City Council asked our committee to research a project, and I'd like to read it just so that we keep the verbiage. I think that's always important as we go through this. Research and recommend opportunities that are available to provide local, sustainable, fresh food markets for city residents. Now, it's not a surprise that the city has a long-standing commitment to providing fresh food to the entire community. In 2014, the City Council passed a resolution to become a HEAL member, which some of you know required some ordinance changes to basically express the intention and the desire of the city to help promote fresh food access, to break down some of the barriers, to increase urban farming, and to have better healthy eating habits. It's also, some of these aspects are in the city's long-term goals, its comprehensive plan for 2025 and its sustainability plan. And if we read these two documents together, we can tease out some of these things. One, the city is committed to providing fresh food access, and it's committed to providing that access to the entire community. It wants to break down some of the barriers to providing that fresh food access, and it also wants to encourage urban farming to happen right here in the city of Lakewood. With those things that we were able to tease out of those two documents, we are recommending to you 3 things that we think will help not certainly solve the problem of fresh food access for the entire city of Lakewood, but alleviate that problem. And we think that a number of these things you will find the beauty of them is others will do the work for the city. The city has to make some structural changes that it should be fairly easy to make, but the good thing is others are willing to do the work for us. Those 3 things are ordinance and permitting changes, treating how we deal with our farmers markets in the city of Lakewood slightly differently, and providing a point person, a food czar, if you will, to deal with some of these issues, to help guide our citizens who want to provide some of this help for us. So the first thing that we're recommending is code and permitting changes. Before your eyes glaze over, think of it this way. There are organizations out there that are ready, willing, and able to help alleviate some of these issues. They want to do the work, but they're either hindered or they can't provide that service in the city of Lakewood because of city ordinances and permitting issues. The other thing, just as an overarching, it's our belief that city staff, city planning, so forth, are very receptive to this idea, but they need city council to give them the green light to allow them to do these things. So that's what we're asking you to do, is to provide that green light to allow city staff to make some changes to allow others to do the heavy lifting for us. One of these, for example, is, to use as an example, Go Farm is one of these organizations that helps train our next generation of urban farmers, tries to get urban farming to happen in our communities, and then get that food to our citizens. You see on the slide there's an example of a shipping container that's been retrofitted to be basically a kiosk, a distribution center for providing fresh food to our citizens. How this might work is, I might say, I would like a basket of fresh vegetables once a week. And I pay some amount of money. I show up at this shipping container. This happens to be one in the city of Golden that has made those changes to allow these things to happen. And then I go pick up my basket of vegetables. Or I might be someone who meets or has an income level below a certain threshold. And there are organizations, programs out there that will subsidize my being able to get that fresh food. I would go to that same place. Someone viewing who's coming and going from there wouldn't know that my food has been subsidized or someone else's food is not subsidized. They would just know that there are people going to get that fresh food. That can't happen in the city of Lakewood because even if I negotiate with a property owner to locate a shipping container like this that's been retrofitted with electricity, refrigeration, as a mural. This particular one, it was a project with the School of Mines students. Even if I do all those things, I can only locate it for 5 days in the city of Lakewood, and then it has to move. That's unworkable. A simple code change can allow that to happen. You can still require certain safety issues. We can require that things look such as what's on the slide and not be an eyesore. We can deal with those types of things. The second code change that we're suggesting is we are blessed here in the city of Lakewood and the city of Colorado with 300 days of sunshine, but we don't have 300 days of a growing season. And if we want to be serious about having urban farming on a larger scale here, we need to allow for things like greenhouses, hoop houses, which are just smaller versions of greenhouses with plastic pulled across that are still have structural integrity and are not going to be an eyesore. Some of these are geodomes if we go into the city of Golden. City of Arvada has made some of these changes. We're not saying that you should adopt the very thing that the Golden and Arvada have done, but we are saying let's allow some of these structures to happen. Right now in the city of Lakewood, I submit a permit, I can have it up for a certain number of days, then I have to tear it down and then resubmit a new permit to get another one. That makes no sense. Again, we think that city staff would be receptive to these things. We hope that the city council would be receptive to these types of things. And remember, by making these changes, the city is not having to do the heavy lifting. Other people are going to do the work for us, and that's a great thing. Farmers markets. I think a number of us have heard the stories about perhaps some oversaturation of farmers markets in the Denver metropolitan area. We're not suggesting tackling that. What we are suggesting tackling is if you are a farmers market and you want to operate within the city limits, you have a requirement. You have to accept SNAP, used to be known as food stamps. It's a card now, right? It's not stamps. And double up bucks. Double up bucks are if I'm going to buy instead of some beverage of some sort, but rather I want to buy fresh food. I want to go to that farmer's market. My money is now doubled. My money goes twice as far if I buy fresh food. And if we require our farmers markets to accept these, and we think that most, if not all, probably already do, but let's make it a requirement that if you want to operate in the city of Lakewood, make that fresh food available to all income levels. Allow people to use their SNAP, their food stamps, what we used to call food stamps. Allow them to use that money to buy fresh food and have the benefit of allowing them to buy twice as much. It's not something that the city has to do in terms of we don't have to make an expenditure to subsidize the fresh food. Other people are already doing that. The state of Colorado is doing that. The federal government is doing that. Let's allow that to happen in the city of Lakewood with a simple code change. Pretty simple. Point of contact, what I've kind of jokingly called a food czar, with respect to these issues and a number of other food insecurity issues. We had the privilege of sitting in on a presentation that an organization presented, and it was before the economic development. And economic development at the end of the presentation was very sympathetic. They asked, how can we help? And they were truly trying to help. The problem was the presentation was made to the wrong people. There is not a person in the city of Lakewood who can say, if you want to do urban farming or you want to distribute food like a Go Farm type organization, here are the steps that you need to follow. And I will help you, to the extent you come across any roadblocks, help you overcome them. You may still have to go talk to sustainability. You may still have to talk to permitting. But which one should you talk to first? Some of these types of issues can be very helpful by just having a person designated within the city to help us guide our citizens who want to help us alleviate some of these problems by just designating that person and giving them the resources and the power to help. We also know that the Mayor's Task Force on Hunger has been very helpful and effective, if nothing other than raising the dialogue and the profile of insecurity issues within Jefferson County and bringing together different stakeholders and organizations. Maybe the next mayor will have other priorities sometime in the future. Shouldn't there be a person within the city of Lakewood who will be championing these types of issues? That's maybe a little bit farther stretch than what we were just talking about, but think of it as a larger picture, as a sustainability within the city of Lakewood to make sure that these issues are tackled head first. This is not so much as a recommendation, but more of a plea or a request that the city take a look at urban farming on a larger scale. We've not tried to tackle that issue. That's beyond the verbiage of what we were asked to do necessarily. But in having discussions with the city of Arvada, city of Golden, we noticed that there is a comprehensive urban farming plan. We have code issues that help encourage urban farming. We do. We have a great foundation, but we have not connected the dots. We haven't put it all together. The puzzle pieces are still flying around out there. But if someone was to sit down and put this all together, we think the city of Lakewood could really be a leader in urban farming and making sure that that sustainable fresh food has that local component that you asked for us to look at in the project itself. We do ask that if you do decide to tackle this, to keep the cultural aspects in mind. The city of Lakewood is not just white, middle-aged people, right? We have a vast, diverse, great community of different ethnic groups that help us become what a great city that we are. And we should keep that in mind in developing an urban farming type plan if we were to do that. As an example, there was a public agency in the general area, and it's in your project, in your packet that we provided to you, that went out and decided they were going to bring the food out to the people. They were going to load up trucks with fresh food with people who could help educate why we should have fresh food, why it's good for you, the benefits, different things. And it was a wildly successful in some communities. In other communities, it was a terrible disaster. Why? Because some of the communities don't want that food. They don't eat that. That's not part of their diet. And once that issue became enlightened to the folks who had very good intentions of trying to educate people on the fresh food, and they realized that, hey, if I'm going to go talk to a Vietnamese community, maybe I should have some fresh food that they actually use in their cooking. And once they did that, it was very successful. I thank you very much. This was a fantastic project that you guys asked us to research. We worked very hard on it. I've listed the names of the people who worked on this for our community. A number of folks are out here in the audience as well, and I just want to thank on behalf of our entire community the trust that you guys put in us to come to you with our proposals, and certainly open to any questions.
Mr. Ryan, thank you very much. Great presentation. As always, we appreciate the hard work of the LAC. Put in a plug that I think there are some openings also, so if anybody's interested in getting involved. And I want to thank our members who are here who helped put this proposal together. So questions or comments? I'll start with Mr. Abel.
Nice job. About time. I'm sorry. Turned on the wrong light again. Good job. It's time that we address these things. we want farm to table to be successful in Lakewood, we need to ensure the roadblocks are removed. And one of the biggest problems is hoop houses and greenhouses. We have to have an R17 value in order to have those things in our backyards, and I don't think you can do that with any kind of reasonably priced greenhouse or hoop house. We also have, I'm wondering if y'all looked at the keeping of other animals that could turn a profit for a farmer. For instance, we allow chickens and ducks. We don't allow geese or turkeys. We had a farm to table place over Everett Farms over at Garrison and Alameda, and they wound up leaving town because we don't accommodate turkeys and other things that are fairly easy to grow. I've been for years asking if we can add capons to the mix, capons or roosters that have been altered. And a 2 or 3 pound bird can sell for $50. Wow. And that's the kind of return on money that a small operation needs to have. One of the other problems we ran into, there was a urban agriculture day in Wheat Ridge 2 years ago, and the lady who ran the farm that hosted the event was quite clear in her comments that she can raise turkeys, but she has to sell them live to people who know nothing about turkeys because she's forbidden from slaughtering them and dressing them in Wheat Ridge. Same thing applies here, but we can't even have the turkeys. You know, if you want to go fry up one of your chickens, it has to meet with a tragic accident. So I know I'd only endorse this. I'd like to see us go farther with it in the coming years and see what we can do to really get that farm to table effort going, including vending trucks of vendors who, they throw a bunch of vegetables in the back of their pickup and drive around the neighborhoods like they used to when I was a kid and sell out the back of the truck. I think that's not a possibility in Lakewood under the current standards. So thank you for doing this, and I would encourage you to go even farther.
Thank you, and those are great comments. I will just simply say the 3 things that we picked off, the code changes, the farmer's market, and then the food point person we picked as easy things for the city council to do. Any one of those things, hopefully all of those things we would encourage. What you're addressing goes to our last point of looking at a larger urban farming plan. We did know from talking to the city of Golden and the city of Arvada, they do have specific regulations and how they deal with some of those things, because obviously you have some privacy. Some folks might not want to be next to all the turkeys running around, right? But so they've dealt with some of those things. And the nice thing for us is we as a city don't have to recreate the wheel. We can look for guidance to some of these other cities and say, do we like this? Do we like that? And we can cherry pick, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I would say that's an excellent point, and we have a great foundation that we can build on.
Thank you.
Councilor Gutwein?
Thank you. That was an awesome presentation. Thank you so much for all the research and work that you and the committee did. This is a very exciting conversation to have in Lakewood, and I absolutely will support moving this forward. I'm really thankful and excited because we have a local farm in my neighborhood, and we are getting to be a part of their CSA this year. And so I think anything that we can do to expand this and especially hit some of those easy wins will be the right thing for our city. And I can't wait to have the turkey conversation.
Anybody else? Mr. LeBear?
Thank you for your presentation. I would just agree with what everyone else has said. I think this is a great conversation, and I think it's really important, particularly to our ward. One of the challenges we face in Ward 2, it's northeast part of Lakewood, is that you're competing with low-cost, sugary foods. I mean, we have $3 stores, I think, in one neighborhood. So that's the kind of stuff you're competing with. And I don't know if you guys have taken a look at what other cities have done to help address some of these healthy food issues, but I think it was Montgomery, Alabama, put a requirement on types of businesses that could be located closely, such as dollar stores, too closely together. That way they're not pricing or pushing out the market for alternative food options. So I don't know if you guys have taken a look at that, or maybe that's a suggestion for future discussion, but I thought I'd mention it.
Yeah, no, it's probably the lawyer in me that we keep going back to the original research project. And so we did have that discussion. We're certainly aware of the concerns of what you talked about, that it's hard to compete with some of that. But rather than addressing with how do you deal with some of the things that you're competing against, how do you build up what you have? How do we make the fresh food more accessible to start with? But I certainly would agree on a personal level that what you raised is certainly an issue that should be addressed, tackled, researched, and as a separate project. Yeah.
Councilor Vincent.
Thank you. I have a quick question. When I was reading this information, it looked as though we had no Go Farms. Is that correct?
So right now, as I understand it, Go Farm has been in talks with the city, but some of these code and permitting issues have been an issue. And that's where we learned that we believe, and I may be mistaken on this belief, but that we believe that city staff is receptive to some of these code issues, but the way the code is written, they can't, obviously they need the green light from city council before they could take any kind of action to make proposals as to what kind of changes that they would recommend that fit city of Lakewood specifically.
Okay, because what prompted the question is I'm also part of the Head Start group. And I was reading their information today, and they said that they acquire food for all of the Lakewood Head Starts from Go Farms as well as Sprout City Farms.
Yes.
So that's why I was wondering if maybe we had one now.
Yeah, we don't yet, but that's also an excellent point. The city, it's not as if the city doesn't have urban farms. Sprout City is a great example of a wonderful partnership that the city has with an urban farm group, but again, limited, on a very limited basis, certainly in terms of seasonal growth as well. And I will say that some of our information also came from the Action Center, right, which is gathering food from any number of different sources, whether grocery stores and so forth, who also encouraged the city to think about having a person designated at the city who can deal with some of these food issues that we've been talking about tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I appreciate that. Thanks for your presentation. Ms. Hodson, is there anything more that you need from us? We'll see if there's a consensus, but is there any clarifications that you need?
I would just make the clarification that the city is a part of a larger group, as you referred to, and it looks like we've submitted a grant on behalf of the entire group, and we were awarded $78,000 to be utilized to these kind of ends, and it's a collaboration with Jefferson County Schools, the Action Center, Hunger Free Colorado, Food Bank of the Rockies, Jefferson County Public Health, and other community-based service organizations, and the City of Lakewood's involved as well. From a staff perspective, we think the recommendations from the Lakewood Advisory Commission are really helpful, and if you ask us to go forward and to make those changes in the code, that would really open a path to being able to accommodate some of these things. So it would take some work on behalf of the planning staff, and we would come forward to you with changes in the code that would address the deficits that we have in terms of being able to allow these things. So thank you.
Is there consensus from council to move this project forward? Okay. All right. Thank you again to the LAC. Much appreciated. Okay, next up we have public comment. This is the point in the meeting where the public is invited to address the city council on items that did not appear on the agenda. All comments should be directed to the city council. I ask that all in attendance observe the decorum of the city council chambers and refrain from applause or audible support or discord with the speaker. There is a 3-minute limit per speaker. The indicator lights here will be green for 2.5, yellow for 30 seconds, and red after 3. and I'll politely ask you to wrap that up. And again, there's a lot of different agenda items, so this is general public comment, which is something that is not relative to the other public comment periods. And I certainly know that there's a lot of passion in the room this evening, and so I'm really going to ask that you join me in the decorum of the chambers and really emphasize the audible support or discord with the speakers. I ask that you please join me in doing that. Thank you. First on public comment, Mr. Mace, come on down. Good evening. It's been a while.
Long while. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I am a little bit upset with every single one of you. Because the reason I'm upset with every single one of you is you guys have been getting off track. Council's been off track the last couple meetings. And what I'm here to talk to you about is reality tonight. You guys have seriously got off reality track. This is 2020, not 2019. And what we need to be focused on is reality, okay? I have spoke with Commander Hebner on a situation. I have also spoke with Councilmember Vincent on a situation. I have done some research, Mayor, and I'm not happy about it. The research that I've done is on active school and event shootings in our buildings. Now, the run, hide, fight videos are out for other cities, but where is our information? Why don't City Council instruct our police chief to put that stuff online? And bottom line is, this council has not instructed anybody for a long time to do anything. Mayor, the last 2 meetings were seriously long, and you guys have lost control, and I'm really tired of it. Mayor, City Council, step it up or get out of here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're not going to clap tonight, all right? If you want to clap, you can certainly do this, but we want to be respectful of everybody in the room. Thank you. Mr. Ryan, you signed up to speak. Are you wanting to come back down? All right. Did you forget to mention? No, just kidding.
Again, good evening. My name is David Ryan. I'm an intellectual property lawyer, and I live here in the city of Lakewood with my family. And in addition to having the privilege of serving on the Lakewood Advisory Commission, I also have the privilege of serving on the 40 West Arts Board, which some of you may know is a nonprofit. It is the creative art district here in the city of Lakewood. It's the home of the Art Line, which if you haven't had a chance to check out, certainly worth checking out. We were voted by or decided by the Westwood magazine to be the art district in the entire state of Colorado. This is an asset here, right here in the city. We've been using arts and culture to try and use it as a catalyst to revitalize and to help keep the momentum going on the West Colfax corridor, to make West Colfax corridor just as strong as the rest of the city of Lakewood. But we've been able to do this because of our most meaningful and I would say productive partnership, and that's with you, the city of Lakewood. I wanted to thank you. Well, not wanted to, I thank you very much for that partnership. And it's because of that partnership, I have some good news that I want to share. I think good news has been a little bit short supply these days, and so I wanted to just take a minute to give you some good news. Last year, we had 500 events in the district. At those 500 events, we had over 100,000 people attend those events. It may be more, than 100,000. We don't have the specific tally yet, maybe closer to 120,000. Stay tuned. But we had over 100,000 people attend those events. In 2018, there was a study by the Americans for the Arts who said that people spend on average $32 per event. If you just do the rough math and assume we had 100,000 and no more and no less, that's a $3 million impact in the city of Lakewood. And that's because of the partnership that the city of Lakewood has provided. That is some fantastic news that we really ought to be celebrating. And I really want to make sure that all of us are aware of that. And I wanted to thank the city for that partnership. And I also want to invite the city council and everyone else, I know I'm supposed to address only you, to come out to our First Fridays. And specifically, we have 3 big events. The next one's coming up is on March 1st, and it is a New Orleans street party. And I would encourage all of you to come out and enjoy it. It's a family-oriented event at the Best Creative Art District, and it's located right here in our city, the city of Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. Colfax or Bourbon Street? Okay, Mr. Davis. Then I have Ms. Nichols and then Lynn Judson.
Good evening. I'm Charles Davis, and I'm here in official capacity of the co-chair of the Two Creeks Neighborhood Organization to speak about the Westline Village permits specifically for Phase 4 and Phase 5. You may not be completely aware, but Two Creeks has worked very closely with the developer of Westline Village, and this project has brought in much needed new life, new energy, new blood, and new people to Two Creeks and to Ward 2. These are the exactly type of purchased developed units that the city should be working for. The young blood, the young people who have shown up, who have purchased in our neighborhood, come to our meetings, come to our events, and frequent things like the 40 West Arts District. This is an important partnership, and sadly, it appears that a couple of permits for Phase 4 and Phase 5 of Westline Village were recalled by the city. Now, these permits were issued for this ongoing development, and they were recalled by the city. Now, a lot of this has to do with 200 or 14.27 or the growth initiative, and I understand that, and there's a lot of confusion about it. But I'm here to tell you that the Two Creeks Neighbor Organization and the people of Northeast Lakewood are fully committed and behind this particular development moving forward, and we want to make sure it continues to do so. So I implore the city to really reconsider pulling these permits and redevelop them back to the city. A couple other things. I'd like to congratulate Archway on the grand opening of the Flats at Two Creeks this last week. It's an amazing, beautiful facility, a public-private partnership, specifically targeting homeless veterans and homelessness to provide hope and stability for people in our community, a very small percentage, but it's a fabulous facility. If you haven't gone and seen it, you really should. Finally, I'd like to apologize in advance to council, to staff, and the citizens of Lakewood for what I'm sure is going to be an argumentative commentary later this evening on the growth initiative. I appreciate all the work you all do. I appreciate all the work staff does, and we should all strive for a return to civil discourse. Thank you.
So, Ms. Nichols, if you're going to address something that's geared more towards our future conversation, that was kind of half and half. But if this is geared more towards the 200 discussions, we can put you back on.
I don't know what it's geared to. It's geared to, first of all, my name is Madeline Nichols. I lived at 5800 West 8th Avenue. I have lived in the Two Creeks area for over 50 years. And I've been up here before, and I just want to say I'm very concerned and disappointed, not only with some members of City Council, but also citizens for being unable to communicate in a civil manner where rudeness should not be even allowed or even thought about. All of the people in this room, I think, should be civil enough to be able to discuss and collaborate on issues without getting into being rude. That's one of the things I want to say. We need more empathetic, knowledgeable citizens as well as council to communicate in a more civil, collaborative way, to look at our city as being more inclusive. I have been to some meetings where I have heard citizens say things about, quotes, those people shouldn't be in my neighborhood because they aren't as educated or have as much money as I do. I would hope that we are above and beyond that. There are things that need to happen for everybody. Justice for all. We just said the Pledge of Allegiance. And I believe that Lakewood is being looked at now, not as a ideal way or as a, I think it's unwelcoming, and people are not looking to us for how to make things better. They're looking at us to say, how do we not get in the same situation that Lakewood is in? So I really would like everybody to just be more civil. I can't say that that enough. And I would just feel that we have the ability to communicate in a way and collaborate, and we've done that in our area, and we want it to be the best that it can be. I think all citizens want it to be the best that it can be, and you have to be involved, and you have to be knowledgeable, you have to understand the other side, but not be nasty to each other. So that's my little soapbox for tonight. I try not to have conniption fits in these meetings, if you all know what a conniption fit is. It's very difficult sometimes to listen to some of the things that happen and not have the other side, you know, respond in a collaborative way. I have spent 50 years in my neighborhood collaborating and working with other people, and I feel there's a way to do it.
Thank you.
I'd like you all to try.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Judson? And then after that, we have some pool time. So Brian, where's Matt, Kathy, and Lee? Are you all here? Matt, Kathy, and Lee? Okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Are we stating our name and location?
You put yours on here. You're good.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good evening, mayors, members of City Council. My concern is about a future agenda item, which is the small cell discussion on February 10th. And it refers to the implementation of 5G wireless technology. I know, as a pharmacist, I'll speak, there are many health impacts that have been discovered in animals, such as rare tumors increasing. When they increase, you know that there's something wrong, and that includes the brain, the adrenal gland, the ear, and so forth. And I know, too, that the FCC is telling us we can't refer to those health hazards, that they're not relevant, and their health guidelines at the FCC have not been updated since 1996, and there are no long-term studies on the health effects. So that is my main concern, but I also know that it has an impact on our real estate values when we have cell phone towers near our residences. And these towers would have to go in very close to our homes to be effective, every 300 feet or so. And those are the antennas. And then some of the towers they're contemplating near schools, which could affect our children adversely, since children are more affected. But I would suggest that this is also a complicated issue in terms of terminology and in terms of understanding. And it's an issue that received enough attention worldwide that there were worldwide demonstrations this last Saturday against 5G wireless in such places as Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Australia, and many other locations. I think if there are hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating worldwide, that we should devote a meeting where we put it first on the agenda and we have enough time to discuss this issue and we also, if possible, have a study session on it But in any case, have it on the agenda, not at the very end, tucked in the last few minutes of the night, but try to have it on a time in the future. If necessary, postpone it a month and have it as one of the first agenda items, because I think it's a very important thing that we should do to protect our population. Our mission in Lakewood is to do what's best for the voters and for the people we serve. And to do that, I think we should put it first on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian? Good evening.
Excuse me. Good evening, all. Good to see you this year, I guess. Well, as you know, I'm an advanced research scientist, and given that, you can understand that I'm really not all into all this government stuff. I live in a different playing field. But in coming down here and talking about what we've been talking about for some time now, it kind of seems to me like what I've gathered is that in order to make things happen the way things work here, is that we almost have to be squeaky wheels and annoying in some sense. And that's not really, I don't think it's productive, and it's not what I like to do. But we have to do what we have to do. I'm more of a, like I say, a science kind of guy. And so what I'm going to do tonight, instead of talking about the kids in the park and the kids in the park, which we all fully understand now, I hope, I'm going to introduce some new information and a different way of looking at what we've been talking about. And in doing this, I hope to expand everyone's mind and bring a different perspective to what we've been talking about, because I think it's bigger than you all think that it might be, and I'll give that with some examples. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to go through some laws. And I'm also going to go through closed systems, because since we don't want to keep talking about the same thing over and over again, and I'm a scientist, we're going to talk about some science, and to that, we're also going to talk about some mathematics, a simple logical function. So to begin with, there are two kinds of laws, as you probably all know. There's man's laws, which are made up usually to protect the environment, protect public safety, things like that. And they come and they go, and they're variant. And it seems like a lot of times it depends on person's stature and how much money they have to whether they apply or not. Now, I understand that we all have to abide by those, or otherwise we got to go to the gulag, right? So the laws that I'm more inclined to know a whole lot about are nature's laws. So what are nature's laws? Nature's laws are laws like gravity, like reflection and refraction of light, like entropy and entropy, which say things like energy cannot be created nor destroyed, it can only change forms. That's a mind teaser if you think about those. But what's very, very interesting about nature's laws is they are unwavering. They work from peasants like me to kings and queens. There is no exceptions to them ever, or they wouldn't be laws. And so basically, I wanted to kind of share with you one of the nature's laws, which is the law of possession. But given our time limits and stuff here, I'm going to skip straight into the fun stuff, the science stuff, which is closed systems. Now, you all can do an experiment if you want to know what a closed system is. A closed system is one that doesn't have external inputs into it. It just exists by itself. And if you want to find out an experiment that you can do on closed systems, all you have to do is go to the store and buy a fish tank. Okay, set it up, put some fish in it, and the fish people will tell you need to change the water, but if you want to do a true closed system experiment, don't ever change the water. And what I want you to do is once a week, write down in a notebook what you observe. And then in 6 months, a year maybe, come back and give me a book report on what happened in that closed system. You might be able to guess. Now, another closed system, one thing that's neat about a lot of science is it's scalable. Another closed system that we live in is our Earth. And if we look at our Earth, there's air above us that we breathe, and it's not really all that high. It's actually, the air that we can use is 2-3 miles high is about it. And it's actually farther to my house than that is. It seems big to us because we're small biological creatures. And the other thing that we need to live is water. And we have to have fresh surface water to live. And what ends up happening if we drill down deeper and deeper, we get to 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, the water gets older and older and older the deeper we go. And it becomes more and more toxic and more salty, and we can't use it. So in the grand scheme of things, if one kind of looks at the earth and slices it in half and look where we all live, which is why we need to be doing some things like urban farming, for example, it's because where we live is a paper-thin environment. And unfortunately, as you all know, we're polluting it. And the only place we get energy from, so it's not truly a closed system, we get energy from the sun and we get energy from the moon. Everything else comes from Mother Earth. And we are slowly polluting our planet through carbon dioxide, and one thing that I have concern about is if we don't cut down all the trees, we might be able to get around that one. I'm not a doomsday type person. I am a realist. But plastics are also another really bad thing, and they get into our water, and they're formed by strong chemical bonds, and Mother Nature has a hard time dealing with them. So eventually we may want to leave this planet. People like Elon Musk and others talk like that. Because we are wrecking it unless we change some things seriously. We also might run into a problem that'll wreck our day from internal other things. Like, for example, 500 miles north of here, there's a supervolcano called Yellowstone. It's blown up 5 times. It'll probably do it again. It's predicted to do it again. External things that might wreck our day might be asteroids, gamma ray bursts, things like that. And so eventually something's going to happen. That's the way it works in science. And we may want to leave here. And who's going to allow us to do that? Is it going to be governments? Is it going to be blue-collar workers, postmen, Walmart people? Is it going to be the smart people, the doctors and the high-priced lawyers? No, it's going to be the science people. They are the ones. And that's how come we're kind of fighting really hard to keep science a viable option in Lakewood. And so that's my spiel on closed systems, I guess, and I hope you all realize that that's where we truly live. I often wish I could change reality and substitute my own, but unfortunately I can't. So now we're going to do a math function. You all like this, math's fun. I've heard people talk down here that this rocket thing in the park's complicated, oh heavens. And in reality it's not. It's a simple mathematical OR function. Either we kick the kids out of the park or we don't. It's not hard, not rocket science at all. And when we get to a binary solution in science, where we have a couple choices, it's easy to just look at them. And if we look at the positives, for example, why we might want to keep them in the park, it's because of our fish tank experiment we just did. It only takes one of them. There's one Alexander Graham Bell that invented the telephone. There's one Einstein that came up with relativity. Maybe one of those kids someday will help save us from ourselves. And I think, as you can see as I'm talking about this, it's not just about the kids in the park. It's about your kids. It's about your grandkids. It's about these people. It's about mankind. Do we want to squash that? Now, if we look at the negatives, well, there might be a few generations from now where there's people sitting on their porch telling their kids and their grandkids how we screwed our planet up. And now that we're kind of squashed all the science people, we got a bit of a problem. That'd be a fun story to tell. And interesting, there is one nature law that does apply to this. It's known as the law of sowing and reaping. And it took me a long, long time to figure out that it is nature's law, and it does always work for everybody. And the reason that it's hard for people to understand it is because it's not like Isaac Newton's law of gravity, where once the stem on the apple yields and breaks, the apple begins to fall. When we shine a light through a prism, we instantly get a rainbow. The law of sowing and reaping has a delay in it. And it may be a day, it may be a year, it may be a month, it may be 10 years. But there will be ramifications. If we sow corn, we will get corn. If we sow good, we will get good. If we sow junk, we will get junk sooner or later. And so with that in mind, if we combine our math and our new law, the question's really simple. Do we sow something that might be good for your children and your grandchildren and all mankind and all these people? Or do we destroy it and till it under? That's a question for you guys. We've talked to the AOC or the Army Corps. We've talked to all the different people, and what it looks like it boils down to, it's your decision, whether we stay or not. And finally, what I would like to ask you to do as being leaders of the community is help us out with the city managers, because it seems they have consistently and persistently thrown sand and dirt and broken glass and you name it, trying to destroy this thing. And if we want to do something positive for all mankind, I believe they need your guidance. I believe they need your help. You are the leaders. Please help guide them. And with that, I yield my 3 seconds back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Carol? And that exhausts the roster, so if you wish to speak under general public comment, please come and see Ms. Millard.
Good evening. Let's see. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, I know somebody didn't get one of these booklets that I only had 10 of them, so the one that didn't get one, if somebody else could share or give them theirs if they're done with it so that they can read it before the February 10th meeting that has to do with, the small cells. And then also, I posted something on Lakewood Speaks, so hopefully every one of you saw that. I mean, you don't have to have read it by today, but did everybody get that on Lakewood Speaks? No, you didn't, Dave? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, you didn't get the book?
The books are in the mailboxes.
Yeah, they're in the mailbox.
Not everybody had a chance to get the mailboxes.
Okay.
And the link did come through that there were comments on.
Okay, thanks. Okay, tonight I'd like to read from an article called Empowering Municipalities to Meet the 5G Land Grab Challenge. It was written by Julian Greaser, who is a California attorney and a visiting professor at Harvard Law School. And this was written September 20th, 2019. It says, many municipalities are capitulating in negotiations with wireless companies when they are threatened or sued for wishing to protect their citizens from the harms of 5G EMF irradiation. Mayors and city councils across this country are convinced they do not have a right to say no to the dense cell towers and antennas being erected in public rights of way. A favored tactic now being deployed by the FCC and industry promoters of 5G is establishing false and invalid assumptions. The three assumptions that are being purported are the wireless industry and the FCC have a monopoly of legal authority based on the Telecommunications Act of 1996 and reinforced by some state legislators. The second is the current wireless environment, 3G, 4G, as well as the emergent 5G is safe. And the third assumption is mayors and council members are free from their own legal liability for acceding to the demands of the wireless companies and the FCC. Now, in rebuttal to these assumptions, assumption one, there is a reasonable chance that the authorization provisions of the 1996 Telecommunications Act and the overreaching FCC rules implementing them will be held unconstitutional in violation of Home Rule separation of powers, due process, and uncompensated taking under the First, the Fifth, and the 14th Amendments to the Constitution. The U.S. Supreme Court has already recognized the principle of cooperative federalism, which will counterbalance the FCC's aggressive use of the preemption doctrine. The California Supreme Court in T-Mobile versus City and County of San Francisco has also confirmed the fundamental right of local municipalities to protect the health and safety of their citizens. On August 9, 2019, the D.C. Circuit ruled that the FCC 5G program must conform with the basic provisions of the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and there are various federal laws protecting the public from false and misleading advertising, such as touting the benefits of 5G without warning of its intended harms. Rebuttal assumption number 2, there is significant scientific evidence that EMFs associated with 3G and 4G wireless technologies are closely linked with cancer, damage to mitochondria and DNA, neurodegenerative illnesses, and cardiac disease, with significant data also on hazards to children, pregnant women, elderly persons, and people with special sensitivities and disabilities. In 2018, a national toxicology report on cancer recognized that EMFs are the cause of malignant tumors in rats. Rebuttal assumption number 3, Australian barrister Raymond Broomhall has implemented a powerful protocol based on the precautionary principle with great success. Approximately 2,500 4G, 5G cell sites have been halted in Australia. I believe the same protocol has a good chance of being adopted and applied in the U.S. If similarly effective alliances can be forged between citizens attending physicians and attorneys, as is currently happening in Australia. Under Barrister Broomhall's precautionary rule, which is error on the side of caution, he says, I predict mayors and city councils in the U.S. may face civil and even criminal liabilities for assault and related illegal activity. And then Mr. Broomhall's protocol is basically document, organize, and measure, and collate and publish all data on EMF exposures and harms. You get an advisory letter from an attending physician confirming the patient's own concerns and wishes not to be irradiated from a medical perspective, and present a well-reasoned and documented letter of objection and warning from licensed attorney, creating a record that the patient refuses to consent to be irradiated, deeming a dismissal or ignoring of such warning to be confirmation of an intent to assault. Similar to Australian law, the California Penal Code explicitly imposes strict criminal liabilities on those who assault children, elderly citizens, and people with special disabilities. As 5G towers are planned on public spaces, municipal authorities and those immediately responsible will be primary actors, enablers, and accessories of the foreseeable harms alleged. Now, there are practical actions that mayors and city council members can take if they want to protect residents in their community. And some of those things would be immediately launching a massive 5G public education program, initiating monitoring of EMF irradiation and equip citizens and local organizations with proper EMF monitoring devices. Another thing is issue abatement orders, recognizing uncontrolled EMFs above a safe irradiation standard as a public nuisance. Hold town meetings, town hall meetings where all stakeholders, including representatives of the wireless industry, are welcome to present their case and openly debate the options. Call for a referendum and invite the community to vote on whether it wants 5G, and if so, under what terms and conditions. You also could collaborate with thousands of other communities across the United States and abroad that are sharing data, scientific, technological, and legal expertise and other assets, including financial resources. I know in Switzerland right now they are having problems. They have implemented the 5G and they are having health issues, and they're very concerned there. And I know in some of the Brussels, I think they've shut it down for now so that they can study it more. And there are things here in our country too that people are very concerned with, and they are taking steps to protect the citizens who live here or in those cities. Okay, there is a viable and safer alternative to 5G, and it is a wired fiber optic infrastructure, which was nationally funded over a decade ago. A wired internet has significant advantages over wireless in that it is more reliable, it's more secure from hacking, it's more energy efficient, it's faster, and essentially radiation-free. It has been shown that communities implementing a wired fiber alternative not only realize a positive return on investment, but will also have a strategic economic advantage over wireless. Safe G communities will attract superior companies that are concerned with the health of their employees and the environment, and such companies will create local jobs that can facilitate innovation. So there are more options than the ones that I've mentioned here, and then this thing that you got in your Lakewood Speaks that you can do in our city. As you study and discuss these issues with those involved, please take the
Time's up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else who has not signed up under general public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment and again encourage folks to weigh in. So we'll be readdressing 5G on February 10th. So if you have more information or you have questions, Lakewood Speaks is a great place. If you have ordinances that may be in effect in other communities that are new, things that could be a couple years old, may not be as valid anymore, please send those and it'll add to the conversation. Ms. Hodson, executive report.
Yes, thank you. 31 years ago, in 1990, the creation of the Colorado Business Hall of Fame was created. The Colorado Business Hall of Fame laureates are part of a league of outstanding individuals who have made legendary contributions to the free enterprise system. They have experienced a lifetime of business success and have set powerful examples for others to follow. The reason I bring this up is because one of the recipients of the 2020 Colorado Business Hall of Fame is Chuck Stevenson, posthumously, Greg Stevenson and Kent Stevenson. This was an enormous honor that they received just last week, and I was honored to be able to attend. I want to tell you just a bit about why they received this honor. Chuck Stevenson envisioned a community where one could live, work, and recreate without ever having to use a car. And in the late 1960s, he began to slowly assemble land that, decades later, would become Denver West, and Denver West's transformation over 50 years into a commercial, research, automotive, retail, residential, and recreational hub has been synonymous with the name Stevenson. His sons then, after Chuck died, took over the business. Greg was honored. He served on did you know he served on the Jefferson County Open Space Advisory Committee, and he was the chair for a couple of decades. He chaired a successful grassroots effort to issue revenue bonds to finance accelerated acquisition of open space. Greg also is a former chairman of the board of Craig Hospital, served on the board of trustees at Midwest Research Institute and Colorado Commission on Higher Education. He's been a board member of the Colorado Baseball Stadium District, West Chamber of Commerce, the Jeffco EDC, Red Rocks Community College, and Advisory Board for St. Anthony's Hospital. His brother Kent, as you may recognize him on some of his funny commercials, he was the 2006 recipient of the Bill Daniels Award for Ethical Business and Community Leadership. He was a founder of the Denver Active 2030 Children's Charities. He's a trustee of the National Western Stock Show, a member of the Denver Business Advisory Committee for the 4th Infantry Division at Fort Carson, a member of the Colorado State Fair Foundation, and he's active in the Denver Rescue Mission, the Wounded Warrior Foundation, Colorado Westerneers, Fort Carson Soldier for Life Transition Assistance Program, and the Action Center. These gentlemen have done a lot for our community, and it's an honor that we have these gentlemen who represent us from the west side of town being inducted into the Colorado Business Hall of Fame Laureate Program. And I just wanted to recognize and mention them. Also, we have great opportunities. I love that we have a full chambers tonight, so maybe everyone will take advantage of the volunteer openings we have on the many boards and commissions. Please note first that you can apply online, and deadline is February 14th, so you have plenty of time. There are 3 openings in our Board of Appeals. There are 2 openings on the Historic Preservation Commission. There are 3 openings on our Judicial Review Commission, several openings on our Lakewood Advisory Commission, and you heard from one of the members today who told us about a really exciting project. And finally, there is an opening on our Planning Commission. Please think about this, and please join in making Lakewood. There are 2 positions, I believe, I was just corrected, on the Planning Commission. Thank you, Councilor Franks. Please get involved. I think it's very rewarding. And finally, I just want to remind you, City Council, that we have our annual City Council planning session this Saturday, February 1st, 8 a.m. sharp, 8 to 4:30. It's down at the Heritage Center in the Orchard Meeting Room. That's where we've had it the last couple of years, so I think we all know how to get there. Again, it starts at 8 sharp. You've all submitted your priorities for the year, so thank you very much for that. I know that Heather has received them. Heather Bergman, our facilitator, and she will be distributing both the collated information as well as the raw data, so you'll get all of that, I believe, in the next day or 2. So please know that it is also open to the public. You're welcome to come. You're welcome to stop in. You're welcome to stay 8 to 4:30 if you'd like. You can come in and leave as you wish. So there's no rules that once you're in, you have to stay in. So we'd love to have you there. So I'll see you all on the 1st, 8 a.m. sharp. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have the consent agenda. The consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. It contains both resolutions and first reading ordinances. Resolutions are items of a routine nature. Members of the public will have an opportunity in a moment to comment on any of the proposed resolutions in the consent agenda. First reading ordinances appear on the agenda only for the purpose of setting future public hearing dates and ordering the newspaper publication of the proposed ordinance. No public comments will be heard this evening on first reading ordinances. The public will have an opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinances during scheduled public hearings on the dates set tonight by City Council. Any member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion and action under general business. The clerk, please read the consent agenda.
The consent agenda consists of items 7 through 9 inclusive. Item 7, Resolution 2020-6, approving City Council appointments to various boards and committees. Item 8, Ordinance O-2020-3, amending certain provisions of Title 14 of the Lakewood Municipal Code to authorize temporary shelters in places of religious worship. Item 9, approving minutes of City Council meetings. City Council meeting October 14, 2019.
Thank you. I will now open public comment on the consent agenda, which would just be for Resolution 2020-6. I have 2 people that have signed up. Cade? No? Okay. Dolores? Okay. All right, I'll close public comment. I'm going to actually pull Resolution 2020-6 and put it under general business. There's been a request for further discussion of committee assignments. So Mayor Pro Tem Skilling, I'll ask for a motion minus Resolution 2020-6.
Mayor Paul, with the exception of item 6, I move for approval of the council minutes or all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post, with public hearings set for the date included in the ordinance and for adoption of resolutions all of which are included in the consent agenda items minus item 6, introduced into the record by the city clerk.
No second yet, please. Just a quick correction, item 7, please.
Item 7.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. The consent agenda, minus the committees. Mayor Pro Tem, do you wish to speak? It's okay. All right. All right. Passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Mayor, I'll be happy to help train the new Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. We'll have to have you move back down here. They moved you all the way away.
No, thank you.
All right. Will the clerk please read item 10?
Item 10, Resolution 2020-7, defining blighted as used in Chapter 14.27 of the Lakewood Municipal Code concerning a building permit management system using allocations for new dwelling units and establishing rules and procedures for requests to designate property as blighted.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing on item 10. Nobody's indicated a wish to speak. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Mr. Mace, you wish to speak on this? Okay, come on down. And while Mr. Mace is coming down, same rules, 3 minutes, 2.5 green, 30 seconds yellow, red after 3 minutes. Welcome back.
I'm just wanting to make a quick comment on this. With you guys doing this, and blighting all these implications and all, why don't you let the voters handle it and not have council handle it? Because council seems to sit here for 6 hours, and the public doesn't have 6 hours. So please let us handle it instead of have council handle it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right, I'll close the public hearing. There is no presentation. I will ask Mayor Pro Tem for a motion.
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2020-7.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Councilor Springsteen.
I was just concerned that we had had a discussion about blight, but had not agreed that that definition had to be changed at the meeting in which we discussed it. And so I was confused about why we're moving on to language potentially changing the definition of blight.
So, Councilor Vincent?
I didn't think we were changing the definition of blight. In fact, well, I'll probably wait to hear from ED, but in point of fact, I thought that we were just using the definition that is blight to apply to those people who may need to follow the process if they want to bring some new development in that would therefore have to be approved by council.
Yes. Would you like to address that, Mr. Smith?
I certainly can. My name is Robert Smith. I'm the Economic Development Director. Essentially, the resolution that you have before you defines blight through the Urban Renewal State Statute for both of the possibilities of the definition. In a meeting in the study session that we had in August, essentially council said that they wanted to have areas that were already in the urban renewal area are those that are blighted for the purposes of 1427. And that what this resolution does is reaffirm that definition for the purposes of 1427. There was also a study session in December where there was consensus that if a property owner wanted to bring forward their property to declare it as blighted under the exact same methodology as used for urban renewal, that they could do that, that would come before council, and that definition would be still the same definition of blight, would still depend on those 11 factors of blighting conditions. And then the council could make a determination as to whether that particular property would be considered blighted for the purposes of 1427. Those two definitions are in the resolution, and both of those were the ones that came about from the council discussion.
Go ahead. Yep.
I guess the second part of what you're talking about is my concern, because my understanding of the discussion in December was that we were looking at whether to allow for that, for a property owner to attempt to blight their property. And we hadn't decided that we wanted to proceed with that. So I'm a little confused about that part of it and why we're proceeding with it. I understand the first part of what you're talking about.
Right. It was the staff's understanding that at the end of the 16th meeting that was the consensus of council. So that's what's been added into the resolution.
So that wouldn't require a vote to add it into the resolution?
You would be voting on the resolution now with that definition included in it. So this is the opportunity to vote. At both of those study sessions, there's not an opportunity to vote, only to express some level of consensus or agreement or general direction to bring that forward. It was staff's understanding that was something that the council wanted to bring forward as part of the way in which blight would be defined for the purposes of 1427. So that's why it's included in the resolution.
Okay. Well, my primary concern is just that we not expand on that definition of blight to the extent that it damages what the people voted for with 200. And so that's why I was bringing it up, because it can affect a lot of people's property values and so forth. So I just wanted to clarify. So thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And to further clarity, so right now we have designated urban renewal areas that were done by this body, not this body, but a previous body, whereas this would be the actual property owner asking for that definition or designation, not us placing it on them without their input or their we wouldn't be out designating blight. Property owner would come to us and say, I've done a study, I meet this criteria for blight. Do you agree with me? If so, we could blight that at their asking or not.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, the problem with that, the problem with that is that you might have property owners who are developers who are wanting to blight big pieces of property. And so that's my concern, is that we'll expand on the blighted areas to the detriment of our citizens.
Thank you. Councilor Bita?
Thank you. I have just a kind of a different question, a little bit different. The resolution that we have before us, section 4, talks about the allowing us, the council, to make that designation of a blighted area. And then but it also allows us, or gives us, the authority at that time to designate a period of time as to how long that blighted that property is going to be considered blighted. And my concern is that it just says, Section 4 just says that for a period of time as determined by City Council. And I'm wondering if maybe it wouldn't be wise for us to have some sort of a limitation. I'm always a little hesitant to just leave something open-ended like that for whatever period of time we designate. And I'm thinking particularly in the context of 200, which has sort of a 5-year banking provision where if you're going to try and bank a project, you've got to get it approved and you have no more than 5 years. And I'm wondering if something like that shouldn't apply here for the blighted determination, so that if you don't act upon this determination of blight within 5 years, it expires. And that's it. You'd have to come back if you wanted to have it redetermined. It just seems to me that the idea of giving an open-ended sort of a blank check on that just doesn't, I'm not comfortable with it, and I'm wondering how other of my colleagues feel about that.
Thank you. Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I certainly appreciate Councilor Springsteen and Beta's points. I think my concern is that the core work that we have to get to tonight is the next resolution or the next agenda item, which is the work we have to get done tonight. And there certainly are concerns with folks who want us to get that work completed before we circle back. So for me, I think that's the overarching concern, is making sure we have ample time to get to the thing that has to be done tonight. I don't know if we can kind of change the order. Certainly also have, certainly appreciate that we have wards out there who want they're in desperate need of certain types of development. But again, we have a timetable tonight. We can't leave until we have the allocations done. So I don't know if it's possible to, because I have other points on this, but I almost want to just kind of pull that up, get that, and folks speaking about that one, which has to get done tonight, and then we can certainly swing back to this one. Would there be any appetite for that, considering we have to accomplish one of those tonight?
So we have a motion and a second, so we do have it on the tab, and we could withdraw. There's 2 more lights. At some point we've had this opportunity, we've had study sessions, and it merits a up or down vote, I think. And if council decides it's a good vote, that's great. If not, I think we have the opportunity and we should do that. Councilor Abel, then Councilor Johnson, then Councilor Goodwin.
I wanted to comment on the process, but first I believe Ms. Franks was looking at our policies and procedures where if a majority of council wishes, they can change the order of the agenda, in which case that would take precedence over the motion on the floor. Was that your concern, Ms. Franks? The order of the agenda, just moving this to the end?
It was. I think we have a lot of folks here who want to speak to the other one, and so I'm sure there's a lot of discussion on this one. I'm not trying to give it no merit, but again, we have one that has to be completed tonight. So from an agenda order standpoint, that was my preference. But if it's, I'm not trying to upset the apple cart, but if it's possible, I would like to pull that one up to being discussed next.
It can be done through Robert's Rules of Order, if I'm correct, Ms. Millard. But I also have another point I would like to make. We're adding a definition to an ordinance, and we're doing it to a resolution. I thought when you changed an ordinance or added a definition to an ordinance, it would come forward as an amendment to the ordinance as opposed to a resolution. Can someone tell me why we're doing it this way, other than expedience?
That is the case, Councilor. We have talked about that for several months now, about changes to the ordinance having to be done by ordinance, and that there was a time frame for that to happen, which only we've recently gotten into that realm. I'm looking back through the recitals because I thought there was a reference to the fact that you have the right to adopt rules and regulations for the implementation of the ordinance, and that's what this was accomplishing, was a resolution to adopt a regulation that filled in the blank there, clarified by providing a definition of a term that was not defined.
We're adding a definition. We're not clarifying a definition.
That's right. We're providing a definition.
And as you said, you think it takes an ordinance to change an ordinance. So my only point is, shouldn't we be calling this an ordinance or an amendment to an ordinance as opposed to a resolution in order to fit with policies and procedures?
Well, when we'll go back to, I think the August was the first discussion on the blight issue, and at that point we were talking about that certainly as a resolution, as a one of the rules and regulations for implementation, because we knew that was the only way it could be done. Now we're that many months along and we're still having this discussion, but that was the intent throughout, was that it wouldn't necessarily require an amendment to the ordinance if you have a regulation that says, as used in this ordinance, the term blighted shall mean, and you can provide that as a regulation to be applied in implementing the ordinance.
My recollection was that we were going to do clarifications by resolution, and this is not a clarification. But I'll let it go. I just am not sold on the way we're doing business tonight.
Well, we had talked, sometimes we said about this being done by resolution, and this was one of the things that could be done this way because it was not changing something. It was adding a definition that didn't exist.
So that changes the list of definitions. But, okay. I think the outcome will be the same no matter which. I'm just concerned about setting some kind of precedent that we don't want to follow in the future.
Understood.
Okay. So the motion maker is willing to pull that, and if the seconder, who was our second? And then we can move it back down to the general business.
Yes, motion withdrawn.
Excuse me, my light's on.
1 second, I know. Are you?
Do you want me to
Yeah. No, are you willing to do that? Yeah. Okay. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. Well, I very much appreciate Councilor Springsteen and everybody else's input on this. I think we all understand that this deals with 200, obviously. And what we are doing is expanding the way that blight can be applied, not just by the urban renewal, but by having someone themselves want to have their property blighted. My concern is that, yes, there are some cranky properties, and we all understand what it looks like on West Colfax. I'm very concerned that a developer will come to a property owner, and maybe two of them that have property next to each other, and say, if you voluntarily blight this, I'll give you market rate or even higher as a way to circumvent 200. And I think we need to know that we are opening up the door for gamesmanship of 200 as a way to get around it. Thank you.
Councilor LeBear, do you want to comment now, or do you want to wait since we've pulled it to later on down? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Let's see here. The clerk, please read item 8.
Item 11, Resolution 2020.
Or 11, thank you, sorry.
Resolution 2020-8, authorizing the creation of housing allocations for 2020 and assigning allocations to pools pursuant to Chapter 14.27 of the Lakewood Municipal Code.
Thank you. So we will have a presentation by Mr. Hutchison, and then I want to ask council to talk about any sort of amendments that they might have or want to discuss so that the community has an opportunity to weigh into that during their public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Jay Hutchison, Director of Public Works. We have had discussions on this topic for some time, but I thought it might be helpful to share only 3 slides, not all the slides that you've seen on this topic, and to provide some background to those who may not have participated in the earlier discussion and may not have seen it online. As was said a few minutes ago, this is an action that's required to be done tonight because this is your last meeting in January. The growth limitation ordinance itself includes a requirement that the City Council determine allocations and distribute those allocations among pools by City Council resolution in January of each calendar year. That's what's before you tonight, is the resolution that you see for those 2 purposes, and that's why we're here tonight. I'm going to walk first through a slide that you've seen a number of times, I think 4 or 5 times in different meetings, because it kind of sets the stage on what we are not talking about tonight and what we are talking about in this resolution. In this slide, there are going to be 3 symbols that are at the top of the slide that you see here. The one on the left, that's the building permit application date. So it's not the day the permit's issued, it's not any other date, it's the building permit application date, the date it was accepted by the city for review. The letter P will be used for the date that the permit was actually issued. And then the circle, which will indicate whether or not an allocation is required. The 2 vertical lines are points in time. The one on the left is the election certification date, which was back in July of 2019. And the second one is the initial date that allocations are available, which is beginning in 2020. So the first vertical line is mid-July of last year. The second vertical line, we are past now. We are to the right side of that second vertical line. I'll go through, I think it's 4 different circumstances. The first is a brand new building permit application that comes in this year or later. And to get a permit, an allocation will be required. That's what you've seen. In fact, this whole slide you've seen before. No changes have been made to it. The second circumstance is a building permit application that came in between those 2 dates, between July or so, whatever the appropriate July date was for the certification of the election, and the beginning of 2020. And in that case, if the permit is not obtained until 2020, an allocation is also required. I think those 2 are 2 that everyone seems to agree on and are not really a topic of the discussions that have happened in more recent meetings that I recall. The third one I'll mention was dealt with back in July by the City Council through Resolution 2019-23, and that is building permit applications that came in after the certification of the election where the permit was received before 2020. So those permits have already been issued. And in that case, the decision was that they do not require allocations, and that was covered by the resolution. And I've simplified the resolution a bit in that description. The main topic that has continued the discussion really is this next one. Generally associated with the provision in 1427, the residential growth limitation, called authority to continue. And it's been described as applying to building permit applications that came in prior to the election certification date, where the permit was not issued before that date. The permit would be either issued before the end of 2019, some of those occurred, or at some later date. And in either case, the discussion since the July meeting when this slide was first used was that allocations would not be required in those conditions. So the resolution deals with the line I just went through that starts with the words authority to continue on the left, with permits issued sometime after the election, but the application coming in before the election. If I were to summarize the resolution that's before you before I go on to the other 2 slides, what I would say is it accomplishes what's shown on this chart, but it goes further than that. It reduces future allocations in both 2020 and contemplates a reduction in 2021 to compensate for the number of permits that could be issued on that line that says authority to continue up here. So while those would proceed just as shown on here and another information, the future allocations would be reduced to reduce the total number of allocations available for residential dwelling units in 2020 and 2021 to compensate for what we all know was a fairly large number of permits that were applied for prior to the election. The second slide is really in response to some information that we've heard shared, and maybe this will help clarify some of that. And that's about the number, or it's information about the permits that were issued in 2019 that resulted in new residential dwelling units. And as you know, that's really all we're talking about tonight is new residential dwelling units. There's some exceptions and exemption processes that really don't apply here because allocations aren't necessary for those dwelling units to be added to the inventory, but there are those others that will require allocations. Let me talk here about 2019. So this is before allocations were available. These are permits that were issued in 2019. Everything on this chart and on this slide will be permits that have already been issued, and the numbers will be related to the number of units, dwelling units associated with those permits. So the first information here is that in 2019, 996 dwelling units were added to the inventory, or permits were issued for 996 dwelling units. That's through the whole year of 2019. And I'm going to break that down in a couple of steps. Interestingly, or maybe not, 713 of those units had permits issued in December. That's a very large percentage of the 996. But it's also predictable, and as I go through this, I think you'll see why that could have been anticipated, because there was a deadline created at the end of the year that everybody knew about. So let me first break down the 713. So this is the 713 dwelling units that received permits in December of 2019. Here's how it breaks down. 200 of those were a single permit that was applied for in 2018. Generally, through all of these 5 or 6 meetings when this has been discussed, we haven't been talking about applications that came in 2018. And I've said that several times. We've generally been focused on applications that came in 2019. I've also mentioned that there could be applications that came in before 2019 that would could result in additional dwelling units. This is an example. This particular project, as I said, it's a single building. The application came in 2019. The permit was issued in December of, the application came in 2018. The permit was issued in December of 2019. That's 200 of the 713 units. 156 of those dwelling units applied for their permits before the election was certified. So they came in this period of time that we're talking about tonight. 357 of those units complied with Resolution 2019-23. So their applications came in after the election was certified. They got their permits before the end of the year. So they're already covered and addressed by that resolution. So that's the 713, the 200 plus 156 plus 357. 156 of those are the number out of the 713 that fit within this authority to continue discussion. Of the 357, so I'm going to break it down further because these are the 357 that fit within Resolution 2019-23. We'll break that down now into segments as well. You've heard a little bit in the past of some ballpark estimates on how those come about. Here's the specifics now that we're past the end of the year. 281 units out of the 357 were in one project. And you may recall that there was mention that there was one project that was over 40 units. This is the one. 18 units were in one project. So it was one project, but it was smaller than the 40 that had been part of the discussion. 58 units were single-family dwelling units. So this is continuing to break down, or that is the breakdown of the 357. 281 was the single large project, 18 in one other single project, and then 58 single-family units. Some of those 58 may have been in 4 or 5 or 6 unit projects, but they were much smaller projects, so I didn't break them out. It would have been a much longer slide. The final slide that I want to touch on is just some historical information about dwelling units in Lakewood. This is the number of dwelling units by calendar year that received permits in each of those calendar years. And you can see it bounces around, and here's, what is this, 6 years worth of data through the most recent December. I don't really have any conclusion to draw from that. I just thought it might be helpful to have some information historically on what's happened over the last several years. With that, I will just remind you and all those listening that the ordinance itself creates an obligation on the City Council's part to pass a resolution in January establishing the total number of allocations available in this calendar year and assigning those to pools, and that's what's included in the resolution that you see tonight. Obviously, amendments can happen, and there's one amendment that has to happen because there are two blanks, at least two blanks, in the resolution. There has not been much discussion about how to divvy up the allocations in 2020 among the different pools, and so those numbers are blank in there. So at a minimum, the City Council needs to determine what to put in those blanks, whether any other amendments are made or not. With that, I'll conclude my comments, and several folks are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchison. Appreciate that. So I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
On last Wednesday, I sent to all of council and to the city staff, again, another modification to the proposal that we discussed at the last meeting. And it took into account some of the concerns about the 4 pending projects that we had heard. All of council received that, I believe it was last Wednesday. I have additional hard copies to look at that, and I will also put this up on the document reader so the public can follow along. We had an issue with that last time, and because it was submitted last Wednesday, there was not an opportunity to get it published in the packet because that has to happen much earlier. So the only way to do this, to have the public see it, weigh in on it, discuss it, a public comment, is to have it up on the document reader. If we could do that. Yep. It's double-sided, so that's why I'm going to give you 2. If you can do both at the same time. Does that work? Okay.
Thanks.
And again, all of council and staff received this last Wednesday. Just a quick recap of how we got to this position with this exact proposal. On May 10th, the city published on its website guidance to residents, developers, that said if the, I'll paraphrase, if the application was accepted by the city prior to the date of the certification of the election, then no allocations would be needed. In July, we again dealt with, was probably the first time that we dealt with the authority to continue provision, and in that July meeting, we dealt with a certain project and some smaller ones, as Mr. Hutchinson's just described, and those were projects that had done everything but had not yet, for whatever reason, actually applied for the actual building permit yet. But they had done the things that we determined were necessary. They had done everything to secure a building permit but the application. Then we dealt, a couple months later, I believe, the RFCA, a request for council action that came through where council members had put in a request that we discuss whether or not the at least the 4 pending projects, whether or not they had done enough. And one of the criteria that was discussed was had they done enough to secure under authority to continue if they hadn't done a site plan. That was one of the criteria used, and we discussed and debated that. Born out of that, then, that discussion continued, and we were in over the holiday, right before the holiday, December 16th, we had a very, very long night, and we continued to go around and around to discuss these issues. We then came back on January, the first meeting in January, in which we discussed the first iteration of this proposal that's up on the screen now. One of the things that we had mentioned when this proposal was worked on was that the goal was to make sure that the growth limit that our citizens voted for was respected, and that it was not either artificially or just by circumstance or happenstance, that there was some spike just because of the backlog. So one of the goals was to figure out, if you have that backlog, how do you maintain that growth limit without somehow allowing all of those applications to just get their building permits. That would result in potentially thousands of applications and building permits going through, and meanwhile the growth ordinance's 1% certainly wouldn't be respected. At its core, this proposal accounts for the backlog of applications that we've received throughout 2019 and even as far back as 2018, but it reduces the available allocations that we'll have in the future. And in that way, you'll make it so that that baseline number that's contemplated in the ordinance, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure, the baseline number is, I believe, 693, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but the calculation in the ordinance, if you do it, it would be 693 allocations are available. So the goal is to make sure that we don't go above 693 allocations or dwelling units in the foreseeable future, because again, that would render moot the whole point of the growth initiative, which was to keep growth limited to the 1%. The main change, and to accomplish that, we are taking the applications that came in and counting those against any future allocations. So instead of 693 being available next year, it will be reduced by the number of applications that have come in and that were accepted. The main difference that you're seeing tonight, that was a proposed amendment that has been discussed, there's a couple of key changes. One important change is that the 235 unit development that was part of that group of 4 that was discussed ad nauseum at the last meeting, that 235 unit development would not proceed. The reason that it does not proceed under this proposal is because it has not done enough to secure, and its future is very, very uncertain. And what we cannot have happen is to allow a project such as that to somehow impact our ability to provide allocations to folks who are ready to go and aren't mired in issues, whether it litigation or whether it other issues. Because the goal is to have as many allocations available for those pools that people want to see, whether it be affordable housing or what have you. So we're not going to have those allocations held hostage because a project is mired in issues. That is probably the biggest change from the previous. Another important change that you see on that second page, the second to the last paragraph, the first iteration said that any pre-July 2019 applications which do not receive a building permit by December 31st, 2021 would be canceled or otherwise invalidated. And that's again because we didn't want any of these allocations being held hostage. If you're not going to build your project, we're not going to wait around. This amendment would reduce that by a year and pull it back to 2020. So that means between now and the end of this year, if those allocations, if those projects that are now being counted against 2020 and 2021, if those haven't been fulfilled, those go away, those are canceled, and those would free up future allocations. The net result is increasing the allocations. We originally had a number of 164. You'll see that in the third paragraph up in bold. The last time we were all together, we discussed if you do all of this math, you come up with only 164 allocations because you have the 4 big projects and the small ones that are counting against 2020 and 2021. In removing the 4th project, that will free up a significant amount of allocations, and you go up 164 up higher than that. I'm told, though, that my math is a little bit off, and it's somewhere closer in the range of 273 or 275, somewhere in there. That would be 275 in 2020 and another 275 in 2021. And if you normalize those numbers, the goal is that it hits 693 over all of the years. And one important point as well, this was also on the slide we just saw, but keeping in mind that in 2016, we had approximately 800 building permits that were issued in this city. In 2017, we had approximately 1,200 building permits issued in this city. And as recent as 2018, we had 1,200 building permits issued in this city. In 2019, there was a total of 996 permits issued in this city. The goal with this would be to make sure that the building in 2020 would go back to the 693, because again, it would be counting against, we would be deducting the amount of applications that have come in. So I think it's important that we look at what was in pre-ordinance and what the goal of this will be post-ordinance in 2020, once we actually set the pools tonight, that the net result of that will be exactly what the voters wanted as far as the 1% year to year. And that was the goal of this. So that was, I wanted to present that tonight, and I had asked, and I think Mayor Paul certainly agreed, that we present that now before public comment, and also if others had other ideas and other amendments that they wanted to bring up and have that flow of ideas, to do that before we do public comment, so that people can come up and comment on those. And also that I know that there were other amendments that folks had talked about today. So.
All right, thank you for that. So we will continue. Yes, sir.
For interrupting, Mayor. I need to correct one of the numbers that was on one of my slides and add a couple of other footnotes. The 2019 units that received permits was 966, which was correct on my third slide. On my second slide, I had written 996. That is an incorrect number. It's 966. I turned my 6 over. So that's an error nobody else has to point out, because I was told about it already, thankfully. Secondly, the deadline date that Councilor Skilling just talked about was an oversight and is not included in the resolution that you have tonight. So whether you pick December of 2020 or December of 2021, that would be a new provision in the resolution, not because it wasn't already discussed by you. It was, as Councilor Skilling identified, it was simply an oversight and not included in the resolution. And then finally, this resolution clarifies the final decisions for 2020, and the ordinance requires you to do another resolution to finalize decisions for 2021. But as you've heard from Councilor Skilling, the intent is to do this over a couple of years. So there is an intent statement about 2021 in this resolution that'll remind us, hopefully, that next year we want to do something similar or comparable or identical. And so we'll make sure that happens. But this resolution tonight doesn't actually set the numbers for 2021, because the ordinance requires that to be done in 2021, a minor clarification. Thank you, and I apologize for the interruption.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so we're not going to debate the amendments now, but if you would like to offer others that you're thinking about, please. Councilor Abel.
First, I do have a clarification. The Ordinance 200, Mr. Hutchison, calls for allocations twice a year, and you're saying do them all at once? Can we be privy to the discussion? Pardon?
We're not sure we understand your question, sir. Can you repeat?
The question is, or the statement is, that 200 requires 2 allocation periods a year. Mr. Hutchison said 1. That we're doing 1 allocation period for all of 2020.
You create one set of allocations a year and assign them into pools. After that, the ordinance says how they flow from pool to pool throughout the rest of the year.
I believe the ordinance calls for allocations to be set twice a year. Some pools early in the year, and at least one pool, the hardship pool, later in the year. But while you study on that, Mr. Skilling's done a yeoman's job on this. It's taken quite a bit of machination to get those figures to work, and in fact, in one place, we even go negative for a few months. However, it would seem to me, since we have so many things moving forward, and then you add 966 that are going forward in 2000, because next year, 966 plus the 693, the way I hear it. 966 had permits granted in 2019, and they're all moving forward. Presumably, they're not going to be built in 2019 because that's past. So they will be built in either 20 or 21. So we have those 996 that are moving forward because they had their permits granted by December 31st of 2019. My concern is that those are going forward unabated, count against nothing, and that in effect we could actually be adding the 966 if they were all built next year, plus the 693. We would be looking at 1,500, 1,600 units that could be built next year. My thought is that, that's going to happen. In order to bring it down to 1% and to provide this ordinance, the authors tell me, was a response to the fact that there were no affordable units being built in the city. So our affordable allocation is going to be almost nothing for the next couple of years. And activity is going to be very few units for the next couple of years. We can stay within, in fact, we're not in the four corners of the plan now because there are so many elements that are missing from it, such as council review. My thought is that we take the 5-year banking portion of 200 and wrap all of these things that are going forward in the next couple of years, including the 996, into a 5-year banking. That would provide the same number of units, but it would amortize them over a longer period, leaving more permits available year by year in the next 5 years than we would have available over the next 2. Grant, certainly if we go with your plan and do it all in 2 years, the pain is over in 2 years. But there will be less pain for a longer time if we amortize these numbers you have over 5 years instead of over 2. It's that simple. It uses one of the very basic corners of 200, which is the 5-year banking plan and allocations. And council would be, as Mr. Hutchison is asking, us to set and grant those applications. So we get council oversight, we get allocations, we get banking, and we have a much less painful annual number of permits available. We will have more permits available each year and accomplish the same goal. And presumably we would have more affordable units being built in those times, and the developers would have a larger number of possible permits to pull, allocations to pull from. So I think it would be a win-win for everybody. especially the 1%, and the provisions of 200, which we would be not honoring with a wink and a nod under your plan. We would have all of the provisions of 200 met and complied with, and we would have more permits per year over that amortization period. So we have the same outcome that you are offering, but it's less painful, and we have more room to maneuver toward affordability and toward putting units on these blighted properties we'll be discussing shortly. That's it in a nutshell.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Councilor Springsteen.
Well, there's some debate over the language regarding banking plans that I have heard, but some of the language that had been suggested along the lines of what Councilor Abel is saying is that pending applications for the 886 dwelling units, which are the 40 plus projects, will automatically be granted allocations after a hearing and approval by council. Those 886 allocations will be place held for 5 years, automatically granted a banking plan. Thus, the 886 units will be spread out over 5 years, not 2, leaving more allocations available during 2020 and 2021. That way, we do not hold place at the expense of projects that are ready to go. And so I think one concern is just that there be a hearing regarding these 4 larger projects, and that has been a suggestion that a hearing still be required for them. One concern too is that is that 200 will not be completely honored if we allow too many of these projects to proceed. But I'd like to just hear more discussion about the idea of whether we can, under the ordinance, bank these over a longer period of time so that we have more allocations available, which thereby protects 200 over the long run, so that we are providing enough allocations for people who need to build over a longer period of time. But this is just one suggested amendment, is that either those 4 projects go to council approval, or we try to do a 5-year banking plan if we think we can do it under the ordinance, or both. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I'm hoping to get a little more information. So to the folks bringing that forward, is there something that we can reference as far as kind of the details of the plan? Is there anything that we can kind of put up for our community to look at this point?
Well, we were going to have that, and I contacted Mr. Skilling early last week or late last week to try to get some information on how these 708 units figure into his plan. And I'm still waiting for that answer. That's why we don't have it all printed up. And I would remind that in the first go around when Mr. Skilling came up with his original plan, it was much on the same basis. So I would be happy to answer any questions you might have about it.
Okay, again, since I have nothing to look at, I'm just kind of looking at the banking allocation section. And so I think to help the community with some context, I'm reading from section 1, and I'm just going to read a few of these. It says, banking of allocations will be permitted in the following circumstances only. And then the next 3 sections talk about the smaller 40 units or less. And it says there, and keep in mind, it says only these circumstances. The Director of Planning shall approve an application for banking of allocations for residential projects of 40 units or fewer if the number of units to be banked corresponds to that found in an entire building or buildings in the project, and if the allocations are proposed to be used within the same calendar year as the initial ward of the allocation. The second provision is the Planning Commission may approve a banking plan for multifamily projects of 40 units or fewer for the purposes of banking beyond the end of a calendar year upon a finding that the building configuration, site constraints, or infrastructure phasing reasonably require that a larger increment of the development be built at one time. And then the third is the Planning Commission may approve a banking plan for residential projects of 40 units or fewer upon a finding that the building configuration, site constraints, and infrastructure phasing reasonably require that a larger increment of the development to be built at one time. So that kind of takes care of those smaller ones. And those are very prescriptive specifically on how to handle that. Then it goes on and it talks about now the over 40 units, and it says application for banking of allocations for projects over 40 units shall be made at the time of the allocation application. The application set forth a banking plan which includes total number of dwelling units and the number of allocations sought to be banked, the time period during which the validity of allocations is proposed for extension, and reason therefore. And what I'm getting to is I know we've been trying to really carve something out that respects kind of the boundaries of that. And so it talks later about the 5-year, but it has very prescriptive of how we get to banking of allocations. And so I'm not seeing how your plan fits in. So can you help me with that?
I can help you by example. And that is that there are a lot of things that are prescribed in 200 that we're not going to be following these first 2 years, including not having units of 40 or more come before council for approval. We're sending some of those through under the skilling plan. Only one of them would be held back for review. I see a possible legal problem with that, but I also think that all of them could stand muster with us. My point being that in these first 2 years, and this whole proceeding is 6 months after the ordinance supposedly went into effect. And let me tell you, it never went into effect. All we did was certify it and codify it. But not one provision has been followed in the last 6 months that I can find. So as long as we're outside the 6-month period where it could not be changed, so now we can change it. You're saying, oh, let's don't make any changes in the banking part to make this easier for us, but let's drop the review of units of 40 or more. I mean, they're both changes. I don't like either one of them. I would prefer staying 100% with the language of the ordinance, which isn't that hard to understand and which could be a lot more easily implementing than we're doing in this makeshift kind of fashion. So as long as we're making those kind of changes, let's make a change that will make it a win-win. Let's make a change that takes the banking, and I have checked with the authors of 200, and they agree that that comes closer to fitting with their goal and intention than letting everything go without any review. And the allocations we're about to award, we're going to give these folks, we're sending what? 693 available applications through, and we're not doing them with review as required. So if we're going to change it a little bit and tweak it a little bit, let's tweak it where we all get a win-win out of this, and just go ahead with it. In 2 years, unless we make further changes, 2020 or 200 is going to kick in the way it was intended to start with, and we will have an actual 1% a year. Now, also, this came in. This was approved, was certified on July 12th. And it says from here on, you get 1% a year. To me, that means in the last half of 2019, there should have been 0.5% to fulfill that goal. And we didn't do that. So I think we can stay true to the basic concepts, do a little bit of tweaking, which is already on the table, instead of following everything word for word in one section and then freelancing the other sections. So if we're going to do a bit of freelancing, let's freelance where we need to do it to make it all work. And to make it all work for everyone, including folks who need affordable housing, including folks who want a 1% limit, and including developers who need some certainty and probably a few more allocations over the next 4 years to complete what they already have money invested in.
Thank you, Councilor Abel. I think it's important that we kind of stay focused on, we were just asking questions. I was seeking information. I mean, Councilor Skilling put his out there, whether you or others like it or don't. The whole point is we're here tonight to debate that. So I was simply looking for something else to have in front of me that would be an amendment or brand new thing to consider. Because again, the public doesn't have that, we don't have that. So I wasn't trying to be argumentative. I was simply saying that we needed that information. So, excuse me, I have the floor, please. Also, I think it's important that maybe I'm misunderstanding, but my understanding of what's in front of us that Councilor Skilling put together was it does reduce that. So I would like the audience to have some clarity. It is a reduction, but again, it can be debated and we can look at this through different lenses, but I think it's important not to ascribe to other councilors outcomes. If there's an amendment you want to bring, I think that that's important to bring that so we can get those things to an up-down vote. So I'm open to all the discussion, but would have liked to have had something in writing where I could reference. Thank you.
I would like to have provided that as well. And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to draw a parallel between what Mr. Skilling is doing and what I'm suggesting. So my apologies, it's not in print, but I don't think that everyone out here can follow what's up there. And they're the folks who need to be informed as well. I would like to have provided a fact sheet to the community as well. But we had holidays and we had folks out of town and we had meetings that didn't occur. The logistics were pretty difficult. But as long as we're changing one thing, doesn't seem to be any. If we're changing one thing without stigma, we should be able to change another thing without stigma. That's all I was trying to say in my explanation. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
I think there's much more to debate after we hear public comment. I just want to bring up one fact. Councilor Abel, you said you were waiting for my explanation on the 700 units, I believe. I received the same information as you on Friday, and I did look into that. And that is what we heard earlier. In the entire year of 2019, you have 966 building permits issued. 700 some odd of those, 713 or so, were done in December of 2019. And some folks may have taken that to think that, well, wow, the city just issued 700 right at the end of the year. But the full context of that is there was only 966 total for that year. So that means there was approximately 200 and some odd building permits issued the entire year up until December. 500 of those units that were approved in December were two projects. One of those was the project we all sat up here and implicitly approved in July, and that was the West Line project that was 281. They hadn't even yet applied for their building permit as of July. Those building permits were issued because they did get their application in. Those were approved subsequent, and those were approved in December. Similarly, you had another 200 of those 700 came from an application in June 2018, and that was the 1605 Sheridan project. So that was a project that's been around for a year and a half. Well, so the full context of it wasn't that the city was rushing to issue any building permits. That's when they came to fruition. That if it's only, it would be one thing if it was 700 plus the 966, and all of a sudden all these numbers we were working with were no longer valid. But that wasn't the case. The numbers are still the same. The building permits were just issued at a different time. They were issued in December. So I just wanted, that's the full context. And I explored that. I talked to Councilor Abel and others, and we contacted the city and got to the bottom of it, and that's what the explanation was.
Well, not quite, because we did not know the context of those 713 and what all they were included in and how they fit in with your other. And then I asked you about it, and I didn't hear from you, and I asked you about it again, or you finally called today and said, oh, you've only heard of this 16 minutes ago, you had to check it out, and I asked you to call me back, and you did not. So those things remained in question with me until today. I would like to have had an answer earlier last week, but those figures were not available to me until Friday.
Mr. Mayor, could we have public comment, please?
So, Councilor Gutwein. Okay. All right. So I appreciate that. There's certainly one defined amendment, and there was some talk about another. So I will open up the public comment. I'm going to remind the audience, we've talked about the rules. We certainly understand there's a lot of passion both ways. People may agree, people may disagree, but everybody's going to have the right to do that peacefully tonight. And if we aren't able to do that, then we'll find other ways. But I'm sure that you will all join me in really getting us through this in a civil manner. And we certainly know that we've seen folks do this when they're excited, and that's certainly okay, as long as you're not doing this, but you could probably do that too. Okay, public comment. First up, Mike Smith. Good evening.
Good evening. Could we actually put that back up? I apologize, I was squinting. I wasn't able to review this. Since we only have 3 minutes tonight, I've prepared our written comments as well as our oral comments here. And so I'll supply a copy here for City Council as well as clerk and staff. Good evening, I'm Mike Smith from Land Use Council from Crescent Communities. I'd like to first start by saying that our written comments were actually in support of the unamended version of Draft Resolution 2020-8. So our comments tonight will probably be mostly limited to that and urging City Council to adopt the unamended version of 2020-8. For a brief introduction, Crescent's the applicant of a pending major site plan submitted in March 2019 for redevelopment of the site commonly known as White Fence Farm. We submitted the letter to City Council today. It summarizes briefly why City Council should adopt the unamended version of Resolution 2020-8. Crescent supports the unamended version of Resolution 2020-8 because it would properly allow a limited amount of projects like Crescent's to be processed according to the laws and regulations in existence when their applications were submitted. This approach is both consistent with the plain language of the Lakewood Growth Initiative and state law concerning vested property rights. First, the initiative itself was not intended to apply retroactively. We've all been debating what the meaning is of the authority to continue provision. Its plain language doesn't require that applications be approved prior to the initiative's effective date. The plain language states any building permit that has gone through the process is necessary to secure a building permit, including but not limited to rezoning and subdivision, and was legally and formally applied for prior to the adoption of this chapter, may be continued without obtaining an allocation. Draft resolution 2020-8, unamended, incorporated this concept. It does not add an additional feature of, considering whether a site plan has been appealed to the Board of Adjustments. And I'd also like to note that the recent challenges to Crescent's project are not relevant to this consideration. They concern disputes over the interpretation of the zoning ordinance, which is a separate issue. And I'd like to note that, for the record, that both the planning director as well as the Board of Adjustment both affirmed Crescent's understanding of the zoning ordinance and will apply it. And even had the Board of Adjustment disagreed with the planning director, they still would have proceeded with reviewing the application. The application would proceed. It's just a matter of whether you apply certain standards from the zoning ordinance versus a plan development adopted in 1982. I'd also like to just refer City Council to the statements in the letter concerning vested property rights. There's important constitutional questions as to retrospective application of the law. So I implore you to please review that before you take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Scherer? Scherer? And then I have Cheryl Moskal. I think I saw Cheryl leave. Is Cheryl still here? Okay. Then Bill Furman. Is Bill here? There's Bill. Okay. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, City Council. Again, I'm Andy Shear. Our family owns the land right there at the station at RTD in Sheridan. Again, when we bought this property, all this was zoned properly. It was within the renewal zone. And we just encourage a no-brainer to make sure that's still viable and that we can build there. Sheridan's as bad as Colfax. If you feel safe walking from the corner of Colfax to the RTD station, you're doing well. But anyhow, we just encourage to make sure these kind of projects, they're obviously blighted. All down that street right there to 10th Avenue. We encourage you to at least drive by and take a look at that. That's just something. It's the entrance to the city on the west line. It needs to be done. And we just encourage you to go ahead and see that we protect that part of the project as far as being able to build on that. We want to see a hotel go in there. And it needs it, a nice one right there in Lakewood. So please take a look at that stuff, and some of those kind of projects like that. They just need to be done, and it keeps the city looking good, and we get a walkable area there, which that was supposed to be when we bought all of those properties 10 years ago. And we're still trying to get everything so it's buildable. But we need this to go through so we can protect that part of the city and get it taken care of. Thank you.
Cheryl? Yep. Oh, you don't wish to speak? Okay. Bill Furman. And Miss Wynn, you do not wish to speak? Okay. No, I'm sorry, I didn't say Lynn. Just if you were getting up, okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me. I'm here tonight as both a lifelong resident of Lakewood and also as an architect who's worked in municipalities throughout Colorado and throughout the country. I recognize your challenge in implementation of the ordinance 14.27, and I'm grateful that you're working to find a way to implement this ordinance without sacrificing the city for those that seek to prevent new housing. I hope this does not become a mechanism to prevent multifamily development as well, as I know some people seek to use it that way. This is a law, and that's certain, everyone's aware of that, and it will certainly limit growth. Let's hope it does not, pardon me, let's hope it does what it claims it's going to do, which is to protect affordable housing. And by that I mean affordable housing for the median household income in our community. Also, as a parting side note, I look forward to seeing, as a city, how we are going to find ways to encourage economic development and new business while trying to prevent new residents. Thank you.
Thank you. So I can't quite read the writing, but it's 11167 West 17th Avenue. Sheena Bersham? Okay. Are you interpreting it better than myself? Selena,
perhaps.
Selena? Okay. Okay, next up I have Laura, and you have Michael Gunner, you're here. Lynn Kinney, are you here? Lynn Kinney. And Peggy Ralph? Peggy here? Is Peggy here? Got to have you here if you're pooling time. Okay. Come on down, Laura, you're good. No, she hasn't. No. Okay. So we'll grant you 10, but Miss Ralph is not in, and you have to be here present, but we'll grant you 10. No. But go ahead, let's go.
Mike Beery will.
No, that's not how we do it. You know that. So I'm telling you, I'll give you 10. She's not in here, though.
Okay, but I did
and so
not-
folks know.
Not know she was not
Yeah,
here.
you have to sign up, and you have to be here if you're going to pool. But you're good to go. 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
So I appreciate the difficulties in the timing with amendments, et cetera. However, it takes us time to prepare, just like it takes y'all time to prepare. And so contrary to some comments that we're just a group of citizens who come down here who are passionate and emotional because we don't like what's happening in our backyard, most of us are actually a group of very well-informed citizens. We not only have the right to hold our elected and appointed officials accountable in this country with the forms of government that we have an obligation and a duty to remain vigilant and to hold our officials accountable, elected and appointed. And our only means to hold our appointed officials accountable is through this body, because you are our elected officials. What floors me tonight, Mr. Skilling, and I do respect a lot of the work that you do. I understand you're an attorney, but I really don't know that for sure, is that 6 months later, we are still getting surprise documents on the dais on one of the most important issues that this city has faced and you are charged with resolving in many, many, many years. And so I'm having a really difficult time understanding why this new amendment, which we cannot prepare for to address, is put up when we have not seen it. I would also like to just make a statement that Ms. Kentner could not be here tonight, and I'm a poor pinch hitter for her. But my comments incorporate some of the things that she intended to talk about tonight. And again, All of these things were prepared based on the packet that we had. The staff memo in the packet states there was consensus that applications, building permit applications of projects would be exempted from allocation. You know, most of us are kind of confused about when that became the definitive and authoritative statement by this council. The resolution. This is the resolution that's been referenced so many times. Notice it says revised July the 15th. This is a resolution that time after time after time, when you introduce a resolution, you call for a public hearing or public comment on that resolution. We cannot comment on a document that we did not see. This resolution was introduced by Mr. Skilling on the dais on July the 15th at your special meeting. We did not see this resolution. We did not see the whereases. We didn't see anything in this resolution. We cannot comment on it with the exception of a paragraph that was put up on the overhead screen, which I think got a minor tweaking at some point. This resolution, with your comments, Mr. Skilling, made the people in the audience that night believe that you meant what you said, that the purpose of this resolution was in fact to acknowledge Mr. Parker's presentation that there was one project, the Westline Village, close enough to getting a building permit, and that this resolution provided a timeout so that staff could start preparing the projects to bring to council that required oversight in a hearing. I've listened to that meeting 20 times. I've made extensive notes on what was said. I want to know an explanation for this section. Provided building permits are issued on or before December 31st, 2019, after which time the development project will require an allocation and be subjected to the allocation process. On or before the end of December 2019. Again, this was not noticed. We had no opportunity to review the resolution. We could not get a copy of the resolution until sometime after the fact. So we've been in this pattern of surprise things happening on the dais that we are not afforded the opportunity to look at. Mr. Skilling, you stated on January the 6th that this is very complicated, and yet every meeting I don't hear the same numbers. I have never heard the same numbers. They change with every meeting. And at no point has a complete listing of the projects that we are all talking about ever been provided as an exhibit to any document that you have considered. And so we don't even really know what those projects are. So you're going to set allocations. The current plan will fully exempt from both allocations and the 1% growth cap limit over 700 units that were granted building permits in the last 20 days of 2019. We're still fuzzy on how all these numbers work together, and we have since heard some explanation to this point. You heard me speak at length on January 26th to the surprise compromise. In fact, what you're doing is giving a pass to developers with large projects at the expense of individuals and the expense of affordable housing. We saw staff parade down affordable housing experts with the doom and gloom of what 200 is doing for that, and yet giving a pass to projects where staff set up a policy based on the May 10th memo that did not come to this council, and you heard Mr. Jay Hutchinson tell you on the 6th that the council was not briefed on that, and it was written by staff. So you are giving a pass to projects that staff set up a policy for and was not the practice. It was not the normal routine course of business. You heard the village at Morse Park submitted a building permit application 3 weeks after submittal of a major site plan application. There's no way that they met all the processes required. So you want to make up an extra 1,233 exempted units by a convoluted formula setting a 1 1/4% limit for 2020 and hoping that you will do the same for 2021. This plan also will exempt 8 projects of 40 units or more from council oversight, which is inherent in this ordinance. So I'm going to take you back to 2012 and the abuses that have happened in mixed-use zoning since 2012, and Mr. Parker testified as recently as January 15th, nothing requires a mixed-use zoning district to actually have mixed use. So what has happened is overdense apartment complexes, too high for neighborhoods, plopped in the middle of neighborhoods with no oversight and no rights recognized of the citizens that live around them. So the numbers you're talking about seem to come up with all the fudging a nearly 3% growth cap in the way that you want to try to make up and adjust. And basically, again, you're giving a pass to developers who were encouraged by planning staff in communications in May and June to submit building permit applications. It's not that they were grandfathered in. You had staff actively soliciting the developers to get those applications in, and it didn't matter what stage of the process that they were in. And we have told you about this over and over and over and over again until it makes me physically sick that the majority of you are turning a complete blind eye to this. We as citizens expect fairness. We expect application of the law, and you swore an oath to uphold the laws of the city of Lakewood. And we are disgusted that the majority of you place precedence for developers of large projects who are out of state over your own residents who pay your salaries, your own citizens who have invested so much in this community. I'm angry because I am tired of being lectured about decorum when the members of this body need to convene and have a meeting and etiquette on respect and decorum. Mr. Mayor, if you have lost respect of this audience, it is because respect is earned, it is not given. And if you do not respect this audience, I ask you, what does it say to you that people who have been coming down here for months have abided by decorum, and we are so angry at the point that we are telling you, set the example, respect the citizens that come here. And several of you on this council need to pay attention to that lesson, because smirks and faces and disregard and disrespect to citizens, we see every expression, and we expect better, and mostly we demand better.
Thank you. Time's up. Okay. So I've asked you to join me in this journey tonight, and we've talked about it a few different times. There may be people in here who don't agree with you. Okay, well, we care because we're going to have civil discourse in this arena. And so I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes and we'll come back. So I ask you to just join me. I've asked you from the beginning tonight. We have certain norms and we sit up here. There's other people in the audience that listen and respect you. And all I'm asking is for the same tonight. Thank you. All right. All right, we'll reconvene the Lakewood City Council meeting at 9:52 p.m., January 27th. Okay. So, I'll just reiterate, we all love our community, we all love our city, that's why we're here. You may not like what somebody says, you may like it, you may not like us up here, but the city of Lakewood's bigger than all of us, and so please, let's honor our city. Okay. Verla Wilcox?
My name is Verla Wilcox, and I would like to know that the people in this room can hear me tonight. Okay, I'm here at the request of my community. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight, but I can't tell you how angry and disappointed the people of Lakewood are in your performance. You have failed to uphold the law of the land. You have suffocated our dreams and our hopes for our community with your overdevelopment, get rich, panhandling crap. And we're tired of it. And Mr. Paul, I'm asking for a silent demonstration by a simple show of hands for the people in this room that would like to see you resign, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hoff, Carolyn? And then I have John Westone, but you did not indicate you wanted to speak. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here because I, like everybody else in here, is a concerned citizen. The woman, Laura McGee, who spoke before me, really laid it out. She said everything that, well, she said it way better than I could have. But one thing that I needed to review was the mission statement for the City Council. And so I just took a picture of it. And so one of the core things is to act with honesty and integrity, to communicate openly. And another one of them is to be progressive and innovative while respecting the traditions of the community and honoring our neighborhood's values. And that really got to me. That statement got to me because I feel that my neighborhood was so utterly dishonored in Ward 4, Green Mountain Estates, where the 261 units are still going up. And so that's how I got involved in the first place, because everyone in our neighborhood feels very dishonored by what happened there. And the other core community value, well, one that sticks out to me is quality living environment. So when you have huge developments in tiny, little neighborhoods that suddenly go up 4 stories high, 3 stories high, that is what reduces the quality of living in our environment, in our neighborhood. I don't have a whole lot more to say. The numbers that were thrown out here are just too much for me to go through right now. But that is why I'm here, why I worked so hard to help the initiative pass. I was one of them that really helped and walked the neighborhoods to help it pass. And boy, talk about David versus Goliath. And so here we are, still fighting for the initiative to be followed, the ordinance to be followed. And 6 months later, whatever it is. So I am very disappointed and frustrated, and watching things happen that, well, everybody is upset about. And this overdevelopment has affected our schools. And what is this, 6 minutes, 5 seconds? Am I done? Okay, I'm done. But just the core mission statement. Thank you.
Thank you. It goes fast. John, you didn't indicate you want to speak, but you do not favor the question. Okay. Katie, are you still here? You signed up earlier on a different docket. Okay. Dolores? Okay. Lynn? There you are. Yep. Lynn, and then I have Kay Hall, and then Scott Watkins. Then we have a pooling, so if you haven't signed up and you still wish to speak, please come and see the clerk.
I'm in the wrong place, but
Good
I
evening.
Look at that.
Again.
It's late, and I want to cut to the chase. I appreciate all of you kind of hanging in there, and I appreciate the attempts to compromise as well. I mean, I think it's something that we try to do, but I want to try to cut to the chase and look at the intent that was behind ballot question 200, which is now a Lakewood Ordinance 35. Since it was put into effect July 12th, up until that point, we had already, well, let me start in the beginning. I think that the most important intent in that was to, and even this compromise mentions that, was to achieve 1% growth limit. And that applies to the first year, 2019, and also for subsequent years. The one number that I can make sense of, because there have been some things that were hard to understand about the numbers, but the one that I can rely on for sure is what it says in the ordinance, that there were 672 allocations available for new dwelling units in 2018. So I started with that number, and I multiplied by the 1%, added 1% each year, which gives us 672 for 2018, 679, almost 680 for 2019, and then another 7 going to 686 for 2020. I think we should institute and make it simple and make it a definite number of 686 allocations for 2020, because that's what the voters voted on. The 1% would make it, if you do the math, you will get to 686 as the number for 2020. Now, unfortunately, it was intended by the voters that this would start in January 1st, but unfortunately it started halfway through the year. Well, roughly, July 12th. So up to that point, if I understand the numbers on the compromise that Dave Skilling worked on, the building permits that had already been approved, or the projects, well, before that, they approved 538 units, and you add to that the smaller projects of 189, so you get to 727. So at that point, they had already exceeded the allocations for 2019, which would be 679. Now again, I'm starting with the year 2018 as 672, so 679. So really, realistically, since we'd already approved 727 building units, we should not go higher than that. So really, nothing else should have been approved. And the other intent, well, I'll very quickly summarize, the other important intent of the voters was any projects of greater than 40 units needed to be reviewed by City Council.
Time's up.
We totally ignored that.
Please.
So I think we need to get back to that. We should not pass any project greater than 40 that has not been reviewed by City Council.
Thank you. Ms. Hall? Mr. Watkins. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Scott Watkins. I'm here to represent Westline Village, which has been mentioned earlier this evening. Our Westline Village project has had great community support, as you probably recognized earlier in the evening, with the two chairs of the Two Creeks Neighborhood Organization coming and speaking out on our behalf. We've had a great working relationship going back to 2015 with the Two Creeks Neighborhood Organization. Unfortunately, we've also been caught up in the Initiative 200 implementation. While the supporters may feel that the implementation is very clear, many others do not feel this way. What also makes this very complicated is that in addition to the law, which everybody wants to talk about, there's also other laws that are existing on the books. And I'm no lawyer, so I'm not even going to get into all that. I'll leave that for others a lot smarter than me. But it's not just as easy as just the one law. There's a lot going on here. And I commend all of you for dealing with this for many, many nights. Applying the new law, Initiative 200, retroactively to projects that had already started the process prior to the July vote, is not fair, and it infringes on property rights, and I'm guessing will result in expensive litigation for the city. You have a solution that's in front of you today that has been worked on by Mr. Skilling. This is a good bargain, I think. This is not an easy process. I do believe that this compromise, as it's being called, is the best way forward to move forward and start the community healing. It's a solution that will not end up in expensive litigation, preserves property rights for all property owners while still implementing the will of the voters. The compromise that has been discussed seems like the best way forward. The Westline Village team supports Resolution 2028 with the changes that Mr. Skilling had described earlier in the hearing. We feel like that's a very reasonable solution, and like I said before, allows the community to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Khan, you have pooled your time, but one of your poolers already pooled her time. And is Rigby Johnson here? So we've implemented one other person, and I'm trying to give you leeway. I'm going to try to get you to get this done in 7 minutes, please.
I have someone else who's willing to give me their time so I can have the full 10 minutes. I had the rug pulled out from under me on this. I dealt everything in good faith, and I'm meticulous.
I'm acting in good faith as well, trying to help you out. So let's go, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, council persons and Mayor Paul, and those of you who I already know. Nice to see you. I'll just very quickly introduce myself again. I'm an attorney. I do not represent anybody but myself here, yet I know my sentiments are shared with many of my neighbors and many people in this room. I also have a background extensively in large commercial development as a principal. I've done large projects in Jefferson County in years past, and I'm an attorney with a lot of experience in commercial real estate practice. So it's really important for me to start out talking about the fact that, and I'm hearing things I hadn't heard before this evening, Mr. Skilling, you know, you can't just pass a resolution which modifies a law that is clearly the intent of the ordinances, the drafters of that, the co-sponsors of that, and the citizens who voted for it know what they wanted, and they've testified as to that. And you can't modify it simply by adopting a resolution. And this is a term of art, but it constitutes malfeasance or misfeasance, I don't know which, but you simply can't make up the laws against the rule of law that the legislation's clearly intended to create. So I want to speak about the project at 2275 Wadsworth, which has got the title, it's a misnomer, Village at Morris Park, because it has no connection to Morris Park. And what's troubling is, first of all, it's been granted an authority to continue, and it doesn't comply with the Ordinance 200 Limited Growth Initiative because they submitted a site plan for approval and an application for a building permit was not secured, and the site plan had not yet been approved prior to the adoption of this ordinance. And that your resolution seems to say that, well, they have the right to get a building permit without being subject to allocation, which is not what the law intends. Planning has been allowing this to go forward under the assumption that this is correct and it is the law, but I don't believe that's so. Part of what has taken place is this project does not comport with the character of the adjacent neighborhood. It's just not compatible with it in any way. And again, I'm speaking about 2275 Wadsworth. This is a very large project. It's a 4-story building over 60 feet high. It has a density, size, scale, massing that just simply are incompatible. There's no building within a mile to the north where there are a congregation of buildings like that where this would be compatible, or to a mile and a half to the south to go down to 8th and Wadsworth to find a building like that. The Lakewood zoning code adopted May 13th, 2019, it is stated in multiple ways, repeatedly throughout, probably 6 different times, and I'm going to cite them to you very quickly, but you are, at least in a court of law, a judge is deemed to have knowledge of the laws, and you should have knowledge of the zoning codes. 17.3.1.1a speaks to the requirement to ensure compatibility of uses of the various zone districts. 17.3.3.1b requires residential zone districts being primarily intended to maintain and promote the desired physical character of existing, or the existing character of development in those neighborhoods, in the existing neighborhoods. 17.3.4.1c, 2275 Wadsworth is zoned MRS, mixed residential suburban. And M zone districts are specifically intended to maintain the integrity and viability of the adjacent residential neighborhoods. None of this is being done with that project. 17.6.1.1, that article establishes that site and building design standards for residential development in the city of Lakewood, and the purposes are to ensure that the development implements the principles and goals articulated in the comprehensive plan. And the purpose of the design standards of the article is to provide opportunities for residential infill development that interact well with the character of the adjoining neighborhoods. 2275 Wadsworth doesn't comply with any of those foregoing requirements. And Travis Parker testified on January 15th here before the Board of Adjustment on an appeal or a hearing on the White Fence Farm development when asked about being able to pass judgment or rule on lack of compatibility. The planning department does not have that authority. It vests with you, the city council, and you, the mayor, to have a hearing and make determinations in that regard. I do not have the time here to go into any of the litany of reasons why that project is not compatible with the neighborhood. It fails on so many issues. And I've had a meeting which Travis Parker attended and actually set up with the developer, and they, because they did not engage with the neighborhood, couldn't comply in any way to try and rectify any of those problems, and not for lack of good faith in attempting to rectify that. I don't even know the mechanism, how I would come before you and our neighbors to present to you all the shortcomings of this project. I also want to tell you that I actually do have esteem for Joyce Alms Ransford. She's done a lot of good in her time and work, that she's contributed to helping a lot of disadvantaged people and creating great projects. If you were a student of history, No person who's accomplished much in their lives has not gone without making a consequential, serious mistake in their time. And anybody who tells you they've never made a mistake has never accomplished much or attempted much. This is a really big mistake on her part. This can't go forward. And you need to, on the grounds, however it is, whether failure to comply with 200, failure to be compatible with the existing neighborhood, have a hearing on this matter, you need to stop that project. It's just not viable for our purposes. Well, my time's just expired, but thank you for listening to me. I could say a lot more.
Thank you, sir.
I hope you'll take that to heart.
Please.
Blaine Nishaw.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Blaine Nishaw, and I'm a Development Associate with Crescent Communities. I'm here tonight to express our support for the unamended version of Draft Resolution 2020-8. Unfortunately, we haven't had a chance to review the full amendment from Councilor Skilling tonight. Crescent is the major site plan applicant for a multifamily development at the former White Fence Farm restaurant. For some context on the project, we initiated planning and consultation with the Lakewood City Planning Department in 2018. We proceeded carefully and intentionally to maximize the historic reuse of a portion of the property to ensure the project would be fully compliant with the zoning ordinance and compatible with the surrounding area. We did not rush this project to beat any kind of deadline. We submitted our major site plan application in March 2019 and the building permit application in June 2019. Crescent could have submitted these applications sooner, but instead we devoted significant time to meeting and working with the neighbors on various aspects of the project in hopes of achieving some consensus. These meetings included HOA representatives from Wildflower Patio Homes, Lakewood Estates, and Summerfield Townhomes, amongst others. Changes to our project made as a result of those meetings included reducing density from 260 to 235 units. We've continued to proceed slowly and in good faith throughout this process, and we're pleased that unamended Draft Resolution 2020-8 would not unfairly penalize us for doing things the right way. The resolution would properly protect vested property rights by grandfathering in applications submitted prior to its effective date, like ours, while still achieving the intended result of the Lakewood Growth Initiative. I'd like to add that the Board of Adjustment resolution last week upheld Director Parker's interpretation of our zoning, so there currently is no litigation surrounding our project. In summary, we support the unamended version of this resolution, 2020-8, and we recommend its adoption. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Jerry Coffey.
Hello. A special meeting of council was called July 15th, just 72 hours after Initiative 200 was codified into law. That evening, Dave Skilling came to council with a fully prepared resolution to change our ordinance. At that meeting, Jacob LeBure asked several very compelling questions. What is the benefit of moving forward today rather than working on a more comprehensive package of this ordinance that has just been passed? Is there a reason we should be doing this today when we could otherwise wait and staff could begin working on these issues without council's engagement? Mr. LeBure went on to say, actually, at this early stage, shouldn't this meeting have been more informational and show what the next steps are in putting this ordinance into process? None of his questions were answered. The city manager did say that this special meeting was called to answer the question, what should happen with applications submitted in the gap between now and January 1? That question could have been answered by studying and delving into the ordinance process. The meeting continued with Barb Franks asking Mr. Parker to quantify the number of projects that are at the cusp of filing for a building permit and how many could potentially get there if this motion were to pass. Mr. Parker said he was aware of only one project that had completed the multi-year process of filing for a permit. The other projects could not probably get to that stage of having permits by the end of this year. Dana Gutwine asked Mr. Parker if it is practical that there could be this line outside the door of projects trying to get in before January. Mr. Parker responded that except for possibly single-family homes, that the approval timeline of 8 to 12 months is just too long for that to be a practical concern. Charlie Abel suggested we communicate with the legislators of the ordinance to clarify the language, intent, and process before hastily moving forward just 72 hours after the ordinance had passed or had been enacted into law. But regardless of all the cautious input, that resolution passed 8-3. The resolution did pass 8-3. Ramey Johnson and Mike Bieda are the two counselors here tonight who voted to support our ordinance's intent. Tonight, January 27th, Mr. Skilling has come back to the council's chambers with another motion for resolution in hand. The July 15th resolution set the stage for tonight's resolution. Remember Mr. Parker's words 6 months ago?
Time's up.
That only one project was close?
Thank you.
Charlie Olson.
Who's up next after that so they can be prepared?
Dave Zucker, then Mike Mueller.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Charlie Olson. I'm not a lawyer, I'm an old aeronautical engineer. And I've been looking at some of this fuzzy math tonight. Perhaps I can, I've got a sheet of paper I'd like to project.
Sure.
Okay, I wrote this down. This is what Mr. Hutchison presented on January 6th. And he spent 23 minutes going over his presentation. And let me just show you, the ones that are typed are the ones that he had in his presentation. My scribbling was trying to figure out the math between what he presented 3 weeks ago and what he presented tonight. Permits issued before July 12th, 402, before December 31st, for a total number of permits of 759. That was the number 3 weeks ago, January 6th. Permits not issued, 1075, 158, 1233. And if you total those, the issued and not issued was 1992. Okay, tonight, somehow we got from 759, originally he said 996, but it's 966. So somehow, during January, the number of permits increased by 207. So I interpret that the city of Lakewood in January issued 207 permits. So those 207 permits should not be last year. they should be this year, 2020, because his numbers are January 6th. His numbers tonight were January 27th. So either he's got fuzzy numbers. When I build airplanes, I didn't dare use fuzzy numbers, but we sure seem to have a lot of fuzzier numbers, going around here tonight. Where did those 207 building permits come from that he assigned last year when they were really issued this year? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
David Zucker, Mike Mueller, then Nate Whitman.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Paul and members of council. My name is David Zucker. I'm a neighbor of yours in unincorporated Jefferson County in Evergreen. I own 730 Sims, the long vacant, 12-year vacant, now derelict building that we plan, and with your help in rezoning, we plan to build as affordable housing with an allocation of tax credits from the Colorado Housing Finance Authority. Our plan doesn't just include affordable housing, but it includes a mix of uses. We plan to have a music focus. We are planning on contributing space to a music school based here in Lakewood, and we hope to make our residences available and occupied by the critical workforce that is so rich along the Union Sims corridor, including those from St. Anthony's that are driving in, Lakewood school teachers, Jeffco school teachers. As I understand, 260 music teachers are among the ranks of those, and we'll have practice and performance space for them and their students. I understand from those that support 200 that affordable housing is a critical issue, and so I'm hopeful that this project delivers on the goals that we all share. The rezoning was supported by this group. We submitted our plan for a building permit prior to the vote on July 3rd. Had it been, and we certainly could have, had it been a market rate project, we almost certainly would be under construction, and I wouldn't be worried up here on pins and needles tonight. But we made the decision that, as Zocalo, my company, does, where we can, when we can, we build affordable projects as well. And so we were slowed down. Unfortunately, I don't believe that our project, despite the good work of CHAFA, can suffer a delay, that an amendment, if 2028 is not accepted. I don't believe that our project is going to be able to suffer another time delay for risk of losing our financing. I'm hopeful, therefore, that the body here tonight supports 2028 and allows this project to move forward. I'm thankful for your help.
Thank you, sir.
Mike Mueller, Nate Whitman, then Liz Burr.
Boy, I wish you guys could get this done. I'm getting tired of coming up here. Oh, I need the overhead too. I find it humorous that the mayor wants to talk about respect. I can't understand when the people of this city lie to us on such a regular basis as been shown tonight, why we should respect anybody that's on this council or behind me. And people that lie, that work for us, shouldn't be here. They should be gone. But anyway, back to this. One other thing. I don't do clown hands. It doesn't work for me. It does for you, but it doesn't work for me. Okay, I found this over in economic development, and I went and talked to him, and I said, have you got the new economic development, what is this thing? Anyway, it's about the Microphone. Oh, sorry. I'm a rookie up here. I don't come up here that often. This is the urban renewal, and all these blue spaces are what proposed that they want to start using for urban renewal and blighting. And one nice thing about this is they don't have to have those pesky allocations when they blight things and they have urban renewal district. The problem with a big urban renewal district like this is that the county doesn't get a lot of tax revenue out of it. Our sheriff's department, our fire department, our schools, when you have an area that's 1/3 the size of the city under urban renewal, and all those properties that get blighted and torn down and rebuilt, they don't have to pay for improved property taxes. So the developer, once again, by financing a lot of campaigns, which is really kind of funny because right now they're telling us that they're going to sue us because of 200, but they gave so much money to the campaigns. It's kind of, if they would have kept their own damn money. Anyway, so we have got to stop the blighting issue because I do not want this to happen because it's going to hurt all of the economic programs from the county, the schools, everything else, if you go to something like this. Also, the blight, I understand on the proposal for the blight, they're going to go from 4 items to 3 out of the 12, which makes it easier to blight. Now, who would be affected the most? Would it be low-income people that can't take care of their homes? Sharon, excuse me. Would it be low-income people that can't afford it?
Time's up.
Just one more minute. Or would it be the rich people in these areas that can't afford to keep their homes up? Who is the one? And there's no cure to the blight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Nate Whiteman in Ward 5. Did that eat into my time? Haha. Anyway, so I can tell everyone in here, I just came from the point in time survey for the homeless, and there are people in Lakewood who are struggling way worse than anything that this has to do with. And so for perspective, right? If you were homeless for 10 days, sitting at a bus stop on Colfax, that's who I spoke with tonight, okay? That things can be a lot worse, and we have an awful lot to be grateful for. And so I appreciate all of you up here, and I know what you're doing is terribly difficult. And but it's going to take compromise to get through this, and I don't know why I don't hear that from anyone behind me, but that's the only way through. And if you look at all your wards up here, right? Ward 1, half of your constituents voted against 200 except for 15, right? 15 people, 1-5. So half of your constituents think they don't like this idea, okay? Ward 2, I think you were a little bit in favor, but half of your constituents liked it or didn't like it. Ward 5, right? We were a little bit against it, but it's half and half. It's gonna take compromise to get through here. Half of your constituents, except Ward 4, right, voted for and against this. And for you to ignore the other half and run down the railroad of 200 here, I think is ridiculous. So I hope you keep working forward. Mr. Skilling's plan, we would have loved to seen Mr. Abel's plan if there was such a thing. I have read the original plan that's on the website a couple of days ago. But anyway, it's going to take compromise, and please keep getting it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Liz Brewer, then Lenore Herskovitz, then Royal Burrell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I too appreciate each and every one of you for taking time and effort. But I also want you to know that numerous of us did vote for this. We expected it to be implemented, and this was last July. So I know it's taking a lot of time. That I don't understand either. Should have been resolved quite a while ago. I'd like to make a little bit of a positive note in that you changed directions a little bit here to be able to have a little bit of a discussion up here before we came with public comment. I think that's fabulous because we heard what your thought process was. If that could ever be repeated, I think it would be beneficial. I'd like to make a quick note about regarding White Fence Farm, the Board of Adjustment hearing. It was a tie vote, and there needs to be a majority. So that's just a clarification. It was a tie vote. I never imagined that we'd still be here after all of these weeks, but I know that you guys are going to work this out, but realize that extremely important to, I think, the whole initiative is the 40 units. Please don't let that dismiss. Please keep that within your thought process when you look at whatever reviews, whatever circumstances come to be. That's extremely important. And thank you for listening to all the people in here. There's many at home that are thinking the same thing. Thank you.
Lenore Herskovich, then Royal Burrell, then Mike Beery.
I'd like to address this to the councilors who are planning to vote in favor of Resolution 2020-8. When you were sworn into your office, you took an oath to support the charter and ordinances of the city of Lakewood. Your duty is to follow the laws whether you like them or not. On July 12, 2019, the Strategic Growth Initiative became the law. Unfortunately, its directives were never followed. Over the course of the next 6 months, 4 councilors tried to get the initiative back on track, but their efforts were repeatedly blocked by the remainder of the council. There were enough delays and excuses to run the clock out. Now we have this compromise that basically suspends the intent of 200 for another 2 years. Those of you who consistently voted to thwart any attempts to allow the initiative to move forward as written are guilty of dereliction of duty and violated the oath you took. While we don't get the chance to choose the city staff who've been ignoring 200 altogether by passing out hundreds of building permits in the last 3 weeks of 2019, we do elect you. Instead of enabling them to continue this overzealous behavior by altering the terms of the initiative, we expect you to control this runaway train before it goes off the rails altogether. Before you cast your vote tonight, I would like you to explain your actions and in many cases inactions regarding this initiative. The 18,000 people who voted for this plan deserve to know why you ignored their wishes. Even those who didn't support 200 are entitled to have leaders who abide by their campaign promises and honor their oaths of office.
Thank you.
Royal Burrell, Mike Beery, then John Whelan.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Council members, mayor. Thank you for hearing me tonight, and thank you for letting me speak before. Thank you for letting me speak before this assembly. I want to say that I have a great deal of respect. And I look up at the work that you folks do here, even though sometimes it doesn't appear to be very simple or very easy or a little confusing at times. I am a civil servant. I work in government, and I know that sometimes things don't always turn out the way that the plans were meant. I look at the initiative that came through, and it was I have my opinions about it, but it's passed and we're trying to implement it now. My biggest problem that I've noticed in the discussions here in the previous couple of weeks and tonight is that even though we had a plan to implement something immediately, we didn't set up a plan for stopping what we were currently doing. We didn't have a methodology for winding down the old permitting process and before standing up the new one. That's where we are putting us to the situation now to where we have to figure out something to do. And of course, it's taken a while to figure that all out. Because I write documents and read documents all the time, it's one of those things where I look at the I know that there was a lot of work trying to put definitions to terms and does this phrase and sentence mean this and that. I was a bit confused when I first read it. So as for the things that were actually brought up tonight, Mr. Skelling's situation where he was trying to get everything done in 20 and 21, I'm all for supporting something like that as a transition as compared to going the long term, because the long term just bleeds it out. And we need to get back to what the people voted for as quickly as we possibly can. And I wanted to also say to Ms. Johnson, I too am a little concerned about maybe developers trying to game the system. This is one of those things we need to be looking at, but I also live in a neighborhood where there have been people who have been sitting on blighted, undeveloped land for the longest time, waiting for someone waiting for the make me move offer. And they're waiting for someone just to come in and develop that property. And they're not going to do anything with it until that happens. Thank you for hearing me tonight. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mike Beery, the John Whelan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I feel compelled to remark about a statement made by the representative from Crescent Communities about the recent Board of Adjustment hearing on the White Fence Farm appeal. He said that the Board of Adjustment affirmed the Director Parker's interpretation. He may not have had the benefit of a letter sent by our council to the Board of Adjustment attorney on Friday. There was actually a tie vote on two of the major issues, both density and height. And I would like to read from you a section of Lakewood City Code so you can understand that. Lakewood City Code provides that the Board of Adjustment shall approve, modify, or deny substantive matters before the board using the form of a resolution. The concurring vote of a majority of those members present shall be necessary to carry out any other matters before the board. So it requires a majority vote. In the event that there is a determination eventually for some reason that our appeal is not successful or is denied, we do fully intend to appeal that decision to the district court. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Whelan.
Is that it? Yeah, after John. Okay. So last call, if you want to sign up and speak. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm John Weiland. I've been in the Two Creeks neighborhood now for almost 15 years. I lived on Green Mountain for 20 before that. And I've been a co-chair of the Two Creeks neighborhood organization, run with Jay through the RTD fiasco that went through the neighborhood. And I just want to say that this initiative has stopped any growth in the way of grocery stores. We have no grocery stores in our neighborhood. I guess, you know, we have Natty Grows is a mini mart of natural grocers. And the Safeway store is not going to be fixed up. The Albertsons has been gone as long as I've been there. So we have Edgewater, which is doing some pretty amazing things right now. But when you come across Colfax and you come across Sheridan, it's like you're going back in time. And I feel real bad that this has happened. I understand. I've worked for the city for 20 years, and I understand where you guys are coming from with a few of the neighborhoods. Your open space that turned out to be development land that has been sitting there waiting for a development to go for quite a while. And I appreciate all the work that you guys do and what you have to go through with what's going on from some of the other people behind me. So good luck here. Thanks.
Okay, that exhausts the roster. Thank you all very much for part two. We got through it, and I appreciate all the comments that were made. One clarification, because we'll have to read it in. Is the motion, if it were as read in, minus any amendments, good to go? And then we would just amend from there. So just a procedural question.
So the resolution that's in the packet, that resolution is ready to go as is. There could be a motion, I think, on that resolution, and then any amendments would come after that.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Mr. Parker's reminding me of what Mr. Hutchison said earlier, that there are the two blank spots that need to be filled in for the pooling. Yeah.
So keep in mind, so Mayor Pro Tem, before I ask you to read that in, do you want to, your light was on, do you want to speak or do you want to read it in first?
Just read it.
Okay, please read it.
This is 10. Correct, 10.
Yeah, item 10, no. Item 11, 2020.
Got it. I move for the adoption of Resolution 20-8.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let's begin discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, your light was on.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just rehash, since my name is very popular tonight. Maybe not in the context I would have liked, but I just want to go back to that July, because it was mentioned a lot in public comment, the July resolution that we came up with as a council, because there was this question of, there's a project that's a multi-phase project that's been around for a long time, that was told to us that has done everything that they had to do other than submit that building permit application. And this council heard that, and I don't think anything has really changed from the information that we received. It was the one big project, and then there were the smaller townhouses, and I believe one additional smaller project, but the crux of it was the 281, which was the West Line property. And this council, that was our first crack at that, the authority to continue, and we weren't up here saying, only building permits, move on. I mean, that would have been the simple. We could have said only building permits. We were faced with the question, what happens when there isn't a building permit, but they've done a whole lot to get there? And that's where this authority to continue started. That was 8-3. So that's where we went when it was 3 days after the passage of the ordinance. Well, yeah, because there was this issue that came up, and we as a council debated it. The next time it came up, and I know I'm repeating myself from earlier, but the next time it came up was a request for council action that said, okay, council, there are some of these bigger projects, a few of these, that don't appear to have been ready for prime time, and yet somehow they're being considered to go through on this authority to continue. Again, we did not say that, oh, these projects didn't have building permits, so why are we even discussing that? No, we spent many, many hours, and the request was, I believe, and I'm paraphrasing, that if it didn't have an approved site plan, then it should get allocations and not be allowed to continue. That's how this conversation evolved. It's not, I guess myself, I'll use me as an example, it's not myself coming up with ways to engineer some compromise or anything like that. This has been an evolved conversation that we as council have been struggling with. And anyone who says we haven't been struggling with this hasn't been watching. So it isn't just as straightforward to say, well, y'all should have just done exactly what the law says. Well, we've been struggling with this since 3 days after the election we've been talking about it. So it started with that, I suppose I'll take somebody's word for it, there was the 8-3 vote. I know that it was pretty good consensus on that first July 15th vote. And so here we are. After all of that time, after all of those debates, we've coalesced it down. I put forward what I thought was a good resolution to that. It takes into account all of those conversations where everyone said there's something to this authority to continue. It didn't just, we never said it's just building permits only. Never discussed, to my knowledge. Otherwise, we would have been in and out of here in 10 minutes. So there had to be something else. There were these projects that had done everything necessary to get that permit, but they hadn't gotten it yet. So that's where we find ourselves. So we're trying to find a way to reconcile that idea of people that had been in the pipeline for however long, since 17 or 2018. What do we do with those folks? And I think this was a way to go forward that says we're going to honor that, but at the same time, we're not messing with this ordinance. We're saying it is 1%, period. My final comment before we start the discussion. We hear a lot about the 40 and over provision. I am a proponent of the 40 and over provision. As you'll recall, my first week on council, I proposed that very thing. Long before this thing passed, I think one of my very first speaking parts on this council was to introduce 3 big initiatives. One of them was, I think, setting up the Development Dialogue Committee because we wanted to address these zoning issues that I saw in my neighborhood that I wasn't happy with the mixed use and the way they were developing. One of those proposals was anything, I think I might have said, people say I said 30 or more, it could have been 30 or more or 40 or more. It was large developments need to come to this council. That was one of the very first things. And when people asked me about this initiative way back when, in 2017 when I was running for council, that's what I harped on with this. Was, you know what? That 40 units, that's something I think the community has been asking for, some of this oversight. But with that said, the issue we face now with this ordinance is that that type of oversight only exists in certain contexts in this ordinance. For example, if you wanted an exemption to build a senior living facility that's 40 and over, there's all sorts of provisions that talk about that, and that's in section 14.27.040C, that you have to meet the comprehensive plan, that it has to fulfill the character of the neighborhood, those types of things. But that's not for every project 40 and over. This is specifically for senior projects, if you're applying for an exemption. Okay. On the first page of the ordinance, when it talks about the granting 40 or more allocations, if I come to council and want 40 or more in a calendar year, we don't use that same criteria. That's not what this ordinance says we base it on. It says, I can get more than 40 allocations in a calendar year for my development if I can show that such an accumulation of allocations will not prejudice the allocation process, and one of 2 other things, that there's some unmet community need for such development, or that there have been insufficient applications submitted to exhaust. That's our criteria for reviewing the 40 or more. That's what we have to go off of. So when we say we want to do hearings for these four projects or what have you, what we're really talking about is whether or not we're going to grant them allocations based on availability. This doesn't give us the criteria or the power to say, well, that doesn't fit the neighborhood. That's not what this particular ordinance does as it reads now. So with that in mind, I understand what my fellow councilors are saying when we talk about the 5-year banking and relieving some of the pressure, that sounds like a pretty good idea because that would give us more allocations so that we can actually build more affordable housing if that's what our goal is. So maybe 2 years is too short. Maybe you need 3 years because that would give more allocations. But from what I'm hearing, it's some type of audit. What we're talking about, I think from the proposal was they're getting granted or placeholding those allocations. That's what we're talking about. Now, if they go to a hearing, we're not discussing at that hearing whether it's a good project, bad project, any of those things. That's not what the ordinance allows us to do right now. So I am hearing what the community is saying and all the counselors I've spoken to ad nauseum on this issue, that, yeah, maybe the 2 years could be too short. Maybe it should be 3 years. Maybe we should be looking at that. Or maybe even the full 5 years. maybe that's a good way to go because as Mr. Abel said, that relieves some of the pressure. So with that said, I just wanted to give a little bit of background about where I was coming from with this and why in this we were looking at, it could be easy to say, well, let's just make all those old projects go through hearings, but those hearings there's no teeth to them. There's no criteria in which we could judge those other than how many allocations each gets. And that's what we're accomplishing right now, is figuring out how many allocations they get.
Thank you. Councilor Vincent?
Yes, just a few clarifications, and thank you for that, Councilor Skilling. One is I know that I was chastised here. What I want to let people know is that I was having a side conversation with one of my counselors, and what I want to let the viewing public out there know is that what was put up there for you to look at as far as the blighted areas was not what was agreed to by council, I think clear back in October. We had already made an adjustment that would only be by the URA areas that border Colfax. And as a matter of fact, it also includes Belmar. Those were the only two areas. The map that was shown up there included a lot of other discussion points, but was not part of the agreement that we agreed to. So that was a side conversation, and I apologize for having that, but I wanted to make it clear to the public. One other thing is I think that we had a question that from someone who wanted to build hotels. Hotels would be exempt for this, would they not? Because that would be a business.
That's our understanding, yeah.
Okay, thank you. The one other thing too is we need to look at this and I really don't like the name of the Skilling proposal because I will step up to it in that I really wanted something to react to. I was not knowing a way to honor what people said about the 1% with it being in the middle and approved, and we have to implement this in the middle of the year. So I will step up and say, I didn't come up with an amendment. I wanted to hear what Councilor Skilling said, and then I would have some context. I would have something to react to. So I think he worked very hard on this proposal. I think it addressed a lot of the issues, and that's what I would like to move forward on. One other thing is there's been a lot of discussion tonight about affordable housing. Two of the projects that are in here are affordable housing projects, one of which the neighbors do not want at all and have to go to CHAFA credits, and it's tenuous as to whether those will be allocated or not. So we are up here. I have people out here saying they want affordable housing projects, yet I have people who say they don't want them in their neighborhood. This hurts CHAFA. We have something in 4 days that says maybe they can get it and maybe not. So these are the things that we are dealing with, and I appreciate the clarification on this 40 unit too. We don't get to say if it fits in the neighborhood or not. So I would like to move forward on some discussion about what this proposal is, and I think we'd have to have an amendment too.
Okay, Councilor Abel.
Just a quick comment on that. If you make the amendment, would it then be the Skilling Vincent, the Skilling Vincent ordinance?
Sure, that works for me.
Has a nice ring to it. And I agree with a lot of things Mr. Skilling has said, and I would settle for 3 or 4. I don't want to do it too rapidly. One of the reasons that we are where we are is that I think Westline was a very unique project, and we all agreed that it had been there, it had had gotten all of its approvals, and we were using that as a yardstick. And when we asked on July 15th, how many other projects are there like this, we were told none. We had 713 permits approved in 3 weeks in August. When this initiative was first put on the ballot, our city manager and I had a discussion. And her concern was that there is no way you could process a building permit in 15 days. Charlie, she said, we would have to have 100 more employees in order to do that. And yet we did 700 in 3 weeks. That would seem sort of incongruous to me. However, that is not what we're dealing with tonight. Tonight we're dealing with the litter left on the table. It is a hard calculation any way you put it. And any way you put it, we don't hit it on the mark. With the Skilling, possibly Vincent ordinance, there are some things that are not faithful to 200. With my offering of five years, there are things that are not faithful to 200. 200 has sat there for 6 months and never been enacted, just codified. So that's where we are tonight. None of this is going to be a perfect match with the language of 200. Some of the processes seem very contorted, but we're going to have to make a Hobson's choice. That's a choice of two equally unappealing options. Would you rather have liver or broccoli? I'm going for broccoli. But however we do it, it's not true to 200. And for those of you who have chastised us for getting away from that language, you're absolutely right. About 6 weeks ago, a lady was very emotional at the stand because what she worked hard for, what she voted for, and what a majority of the city, no matter how small it is, a majority of the voters of this city wanted 200 enacted. So we're struggling with the remains, and you're just going to have to forgive us for the solution we come up with, because none of them are appealing. Thank you.
So I just want some clarity on one thing. There was a comment made that somehow we ran through 700 permits and those were all granted in December. Were those applied for on December 1st? No. Those began being applied for in 2018. And so it's fair to say from the time those were applied for in 2018, there was some sort of interaction with staff in different iterations that could have taken over a year. To try to use that as an example and as a joke is not fair to the body that's sitting down before us.
That was not an example. It was not a joke.
Sir, you do not have the floor.
Project, you're
Sir,
calling me out.
You are out of order, sir.
Project is not one of
Mr. Abel, you are out of order, sir.
You were out of context.
So you are out of order. Ms. Hodson?
Wanted to clarify that
Please.
Actually didn't represent the conversation we had. When I said we would need to hire 100 more examiners, that was in the event that a project went from the very first day to completion in 15 days. And that actually isn't possible. And I didn't say it would take 100 more employees. I said it would take more than a battalion of employees. I remember saying that. So and maybe I didn't characterize it right or accurately in our conversation, but my intent was to say at the beginning, once the inception of a project to the very completion couldn't happen in 15 days. So thank you.
And you did clarify that publicly as well. Yep. Ms. Vincent, do you want to work on a motion or on the amendment?
The amendment I was talking about was the one that, the change that Councilor Skilling was going to put in about the White Fence Farm.
Okay.
Was I unclear?
Okay. So would you make a motion?
What I want to do is move on this skilling proposal, but I understand there's an amendment for that.
Everybody has it. And then we'll discuss. I mean, there'll be discussion with your amendment. Yes. Okay, Mr. Cox, point of clarification. Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
If we were to move on this amendment and then have discussion thereafter, but getting the amendment at least on the deck, would we just be able to use the paper copy, or do we need to somehow read it all in?
Well, at some point, we have to plug these provisions into the logical format of the resolution, take what's there as a resolution and substitute or...
Well, yeah, this document itself this isn't a resolution. This was just trying to clarify what eventually would be in a legalese document.
Right. So what I understand we're trying to accomplish is there's a motion regarding the resolution that was in the packet. And these terms that you've included on this two-sided sheet are things that would be added to or would change the resolution. So the amendment would be to integrate, I guess, the terms of the two-page skilling amendment into the resolution, and we'll have to figure out how that looks. But for the purposes of the motion, I think you can make that kind of a motion to integrate it into the draft resolution that's before the council. Is that?
Oh,
you need just 1 second, Councilor Franks. You're lit up. Do you want to clarify or yes? 1 second.
Well, sorry, because I stepped out of the room. What I'm trying to clarify is I want to make sure that I have benefit if we have other counselors here who have amendments or something. I kind of want to be thinking about it holistically. So if let's say that a counselor up here goes, well, I agree with everything, but I think we kind of need to have those sort of teed up, because I don't want to then adopt something that then later so if everybody who maybe turns their light on, if they have an amendment or a wholesale change, I think we need to know that before we go down the path of starting to do anything. So I would encourage you, anyone, if you have an amendment that you'd like to make, let's get that read in now, where we all then can be contemplating all those options as we then do these amendment votes. So if you have one, I certainly am interested to hear it.
Okay. So to this point, we do have one that would be made either by Mayor Pro Tem Skilling or Councilor Vincent that would address essentially the red lines that were put out. Councilor Bita.
Thank you, Mayor. So here's where we sit tonight. We've got months of water that's gone over the bridge or gone over the dam that we're trying to deal with in the context of this resolution tonight. I understand the community's frustration with the way this has been handled. I don't know what else we can tell you. We can go over this ad nauseum about what we should have done different or what wasn't done. My positions on this have been, I think, pretty clear from the start. But now we're faced with a situation where we've got to do something tonight. We really do. Under the terms of the ordinance itself, we have to do these allocations. And in order to do those, we have to deal with the rest of the issues that we've been talking about. And I will tell you that I don't think there's any way that we can totally address the frustrations of many of you on the implementation of this ordinance. I don't see any way we can do it, quite honestly. Remember, this is a very complicated ordinance, no matter what anybody tells you. You know, it can be simplified real easily by saying, well, it's 1% growth and review by council of anything over 40. But it's not that simple. There's 14 pages of text, and you can imagine that it says more than that. And there are many nuances involved in this ordinance, and so we're going to try and have to deal with those the best that we can. They're probably not going to be perfect. They're not going to satisfy everybody, but I think we'll do the best that we can here, and I hope you'll accept that. I will not accept the ordinance or the resolution as written. I don't think that it goes nearly far enough in trying to recognize what the people have passed and what the ordinance says. However, I would be willing to do this with Mr. Skilling's proposal as a start. I do think it would be better if we could stretch that out over 3 or 4 or 5 years so that we can cut down some of those allocations in coming years to allow them to be used for other purposes like affordable housing. I think that would be a reasonable resolution or a reasonable compromise, and I think it still honors the 1% that you all have passed. It would do that. The other portion that I would have to have if I was going to vote for it, and again, it's somewhat of a compromise, but I think it's reasonable, is that I think we have to have those 4 projects that are over 40 units. I think they have to be subject to council oversight as required by the ordinance. I don't agree with Mr. Skilling. I appreciate his perspective, but I don't agree with him that it would be toothless. I think there are certain criteria there that give council some ability to at least scrutinize these at some level and either accept them or reject them down the road, and that's what you intended. That's written in there, and I think we have to go forward with those. Now, how those will turn out, I don't know. The proposal to just do the one 235 project, which is known as White Fence Farm, that's a good start. I agree with that, but I don't think it goes far enough. So if we can include all 4 of those in the proposal, in the resolution, all 4 of the 40 plus, and if we can stretch it out 3 to 5 years, then I think we're about as close as we're going to get to the intent of the people. It's not perfect, I'll grant you that, but given all everything that's happened, all the water that's gone over the dam, I think it's probably the best we can do. So that's where I stand.
Thank you. So we have the one that is, we have the 2 recommendations made by Councilor Bita, Councilor Goodwine.
Thank you. I have a question for either Councilor Bita or Councilor Abel about the way that this 3 to 5 years would work. So if we take the proposal on the table, the way that I understand this is that we would be dividing the remaining allocations over two years. And are you suggesting instead that we would just, everything else operates the exact same way in this proposal? However, instead of dividing that number by 2, you would divide it by 3 or 5?
Yes.
So
that's the way yes.
Mm-hmm.
And is that?
Yeah, unfortunately, for the rest of it, we'll go that way, but the 3 to 5, yes.
So in other words, the projects that we are counting that would go through would continue to go through, I guess, subject to potential other amendments. Everything else operates the same way. We're just changing the 2 to a 5 or 3. Okay, thank you.
It's my fault.
Okay. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's comments, and I appreciate Councilor Bita. We have been put in a very awkward position. It was said earlier tonight that 2019 should have only gotten half of the allocations. I'm not sure if we've done that with this. I mean, it was implemented half a year, so instead of giving it a full year, it should have only been half, in my opinion. And also, I just want to make sure that White Fence does have city council oversight and that they are part of an allocation process if and when they ever get there. First, before I go any further, these words are not easy for me, but after a great deal of thought, observation, and listening, I must speak out. My level of frustration, frankly, is over the top. I've been watching for 2.5 years while citizens have shown true concern regarding the manner that Lakewood has been growing and developing. It appeared no one listened. So the people drafted a petition to put an initiative onto the ballot. From the get-go, it was gamed and stalled to keep the people actually from even voting on it. One would assume it would have been implemented within 2 months, which would have been in the spirit of what the voters actually expected. Had this been on the ballot in November, it would have been implemented in January, 2 months later, rather than waiting. To be honest with you, we're 7 months down the road on this. The whole reason for 200 was concern over many high-density apartment houses. Our democracy is based on the integrity of our election system. It's actually what separates us from Russia and Venezuela. This should have been implemented for at least a year before we even began to make any changes. It should have been implemented within 2 months, let it go for a year, and then if there were problems, come back to council for changes, not make changes when it hasn't even been implemented. Frankly, I sought outside counsel, and here is what I learned from a constitutional attorney. If we don't interpret the way the people intended, it is called tyranny. We are the representatives of the people. When the state Supreme Court interprets a case, it is based on the intent of the people. The benchmark is the intent of the people when you're interpreting something. In this case, the people are the legislators. On 7/15, we had public comment, and I went back and looked at my notes. 7 speakers had concerns. They had gone forward with projects based on staff information to proceed. That was on 7/15. After nearly 7 months, we are finally implementing. The public perception could not be worse. All of the permits that were given in 2019 has put City Council actually in an impossible predicament. And it's going to be difficult at this point to actually satisfy the intent of 200. Now we have learned that during December 12th to 31st, 708 permits were granted. I'm not real sure if those, it sounds like some of them had started the process in 18, but it does seem like many times to me the numbers are kind of changing. The definition of negligence is, quote, failure to use reasonable care resulting in damage or injury to another. it could be said that the way this has been dealt with is negligence. Frankly, we are, as a body, are going to have to find and need accountability on why this has taken the way it has, why we have gone down this road. If that means an executive session, or if that means an investigation, so be it. But we need accountability. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're almost making it through. So please, it is late and we're not going to have those outbursts, okay? So right now we're not going into speeches about anything. We're talking about amendments. So if people will please offer any kind of amendments so we can continue this discussion. Councilor Springsteen.
That's exactly what I was intending. So here's a thought on language. Based on the language and requirements of the authority to continue, a hearing on the 4 projects over 40 units shall be subject to approval by council per the ordinance. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. So again, we're still kind of in the 3 range. We have, or 4. We have the original one. We have the proposal that you see redlined, and then we have one that looks at a 3 to 5 year allocation we've heard, and then one that addresses projects. Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I just want to give a little context to make sure I understood the 3 to 5 years, so I'll just use the 5 year. So if I'm understanding it right, then we're using the number of 886 as the input. Is that correct?
That's the input we're left with, yes.
Okay, just trying to make sure our community. So if I take that 886 and I divide it by 5, and somebody I'm sure will correct me if my math is wrong, but 177 with 1 remainder. So basically 177 for all intents and purposes. So what you're proposing then is to take the 693, which is the allocation number for 2020, and decrement that or subtract from that the 177 for this year, and then for 4 subsequent years, subtract that. So we would end up with a shorter term spike in development, but we would open up more allocations for other purposes. So is that all? Did I get all of that correct, what you're proposing?
Basically, yes.
Anything I got wrong?
Well, of course, it depends if it's 5 years or 3 years.
Right, but that basic formula.
The first year spike that you refer to is going to happen anyway.
It is. It is.
We're not going to have all of these 1,200 projects put off until the second year. A lot of them are going to happen this year. So I think we'll have the first year spike anyway.
Yep.
This prevents a 2-year spike and it levels it out over a longer period so that we do get more opportunity to meet the diverse needs of our housing as they are evolving over that whatever 3 or 5 year period. So that's the basic.
I appreciate that. And so just to contrast, and again, I wasn't judging the spike, I was simply just saying it does. So basically, so that would be 516 then that we would have available tonight that we would then need to put into the various pools. And the Councilor Skilling, the proposal that he put forward was 281. So I just want people to have the difference. So his proposal was that there would be 281 available this year to then be put into pools. And looks like Councilor Abel and Beta are more in line. If it's the 5, it would be 516 that would be available this year. So I just want to make sure, is that all correct?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
If it were the 3 years, it would be right in the
Exactly.
middle there.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilor Abel, you had your light on.
All I think Ms. Franks just allowed me to say it without taking advantage of what I had my light on for. So I'll talk about other things.
Well, but let me ask you, just walk me through the advantage, though, from 3 to 5. Or is there?
Well, there is an advantage to not having it all stacked in 2 years. 3 years would give us a little more leeway. 4 years would give us a little more than that, and I think 5 would give us the maximum. When you're talking about how many units would that be available if we did it to 5 years?
16.
516. That's quite a few. That's quite a few. In fact, that's 5/6 of a 1 year allocation. But I just think it gives us more flexibility. We could, and I would certainly be willing to do 3, because I think 300 or so units a year for the next 3 years would be acceptable too, and give us some flexibility.
Does 3 give flexibility to say 3 or 5? So say we go 5 and we need to change it after 3, or we go 3, or we see at 2 that things need to change.
As long as we haven't vested anyone who would lose their ability to develop in that time. And if you look at it, 300 or 500 is only like 2 affordable projects. If you're going to have 250 units in a project, then that's going to be pretty well eaten up by just 2. That doesn't say, though, that everything's going to be affordable. Someone might come in here and persuade us to do a market rate apartment with 300 of those allocations. The vote would be at least 1 against, from my perspective, on something like that, since we're already overloaded with the market rate figures for the next few years, whether it's 2, 3, or 5. So, okay. But I'm willing to go with council's preference on those. I just think 2 is too short a time.
There, I appreciate that. So we have a few lights up. I'd like to get a little bit of consensus, because if we have consensus or we need to vote on some amendments, then I'd like to take a recess and get the final language done so that we are all in tune with what that'll look like. So Councilor LeBeer, Skilling, and Beadham.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand this right, and maybe this is a question for staff, but these 4 projects that we're discussing up here, were they all applied to before the election? Is that? Okay. Okay. I wanted to clarify that point. So have there been any buildings over 40 units built or applied for since the election?
The one that we've talked about, the Westline Village, was...
Besides that one.
You had, have there been any applied for...
I think there's another one that is... There's another 2 or 156 or something in one of those numbers that is applied for and not been...
I'm not aware of anybody that's looking to come forward with a 40 or more project.
Okay.
In the near future.
And as far as permits go, we're still, I mean, I'm just trying to clarify this, and we haven't seen over 600 units being built since the election, correct? As far as new building application permits being approved? That gets to that 1% question. We haven't passed that since the election, right? I mean, we're taking out anything that's before the election.
One of the challenges in discussing these kinds of details is making sure that we're both talking about the same thing.
Right.
Are you asking how many units were included in permit applications since the election, or how many units received permits since the election?
Well, I'll take both if I can.
I can try.
If it's a simple answer. I mean, I'm just trying to have a sense of what we've done since the election, because I find it's challenging when we're talking about things that happened before the election because of obviously the vested rights that a lot of us are concerned about and the potential impacts of us trying to meddle with those particular rights. I think there are obviously some projects that are pretty clear, or more clear, that we would have some sort of role in determining because they might not have actually met the threshold, necessary. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what actually happened before July 12th and what happened after.
Let me answer the first question being in timing, and that is the number of units for which applications were accepted after the election during 2019, so July 13th through December 31st. Those applications that were accepted represent 515 units. I don't have the same number for the number of units that actually received permits, but referring back to the earlier presentation, since the bulk of the year's permits, the bulk of the 2019 units that received permits in 2019 received them in December. You may remember that the December number was 713 units. So it's something more than 713 and less than 966 that received permits after the election. It's that many units, somewhere between 713 and 996.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I think that's all I have for right now.
Councilor Skilling.
Just want to reiterate that the 4 projects that we're talking about, the 235 project has been addressed in the amendment. Then there's 2 others, the 70 project, that's the affordable housing piece, and then the 218 we heard from the owner, I believe that's also affordable housing, and certainly that was subject to our rezoning that we all approved late last year. We all looked at that project. They rezoned. They may even have vested rights from that rezoning, but be that as it may, it was still a project that we already reviewed. So you have those 3 projects. So that leaves us really 1 that I think is at issue, if you look at it that way, because the only one at issue would be the 363. That's the only ones. So when we talk about hearings or what have you, I'm not sure that that's necessarily the most, given the nature of the projects and given that they were all applied for and the authority to continue conversation we've had, I'm not sure that the hearings are nearly as relevant to what we're talking about as the whether you're going to do 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. Because again, if the reasoning is because we want to at least have the ability to do affordable projects, and we have 2 right here, there's none in the pipeline that I'm necessarily aware of. I could be wrong. I don't think there's any affordable housing yet. So it would seem as if those projects meet the goals that at least we're talking about up here, unless I'm missing something. So with that, I just want to clarify that the universe of projects that we're talking about is fairly small. So what we need to overcome is we've got this big glut of the backlog, and what's the best way to address the glut? We started with the couple compromises that have evolved over time and seem to be evolving daily. And now we've got this suggestion of 3 years or 4 years or 5 years that would help relieve that. That's what I think we need to focus the attention on.
Thank you. Councilor Bida, then Councilor Abel.
I just wanted to say that whether we go with 2, 3, 4, or 5 years, the important thing to keep in mind is that any of those will still honor the 1% limit.
Correct. Right.
So I just want to make sure.
Correct. That is correct.
Yes.
But I need to time that to it.
Right.
Councilor Abel.
I agree with a lot of what Mr. Skilling said, although he did say it appears. I would be more comfortable down the road instead of going with it appears to have the actual facts brought to us about each one. Certainly we're not looking to kill those projects. That's not the idea. We just want to know if they are as they appear. Secondly, and a clarification please, I would like to ask the fellow from Westline, but I believe that the statement was made that Westline did not apply for its permits in 2019. It's my impression you did apply for the permits in 2019. You just didn't pick them up until the first business day of 2020. Is that correct? Okay, so they all applied in 2019. There's not one that was hanging over and made those applications for permits in 20. I just wanted to clarify that Westline indeed had made its applications prior to December 31st. They didn't go take their $1 billion over there to buy permits with. Well, not quite that.
Nice job, $1 billion.
Maybe it's an M instead of a B.
So, Councilor Franks, and real quick, because I've had some requests for a break anyways, but if we could get some sort of framework, if there's a consensus of 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we can start to look at that, as well as I think the other two are just self-explanatory as far as either those 4 need hearings or 3 need a hearing, or 1 needs a hearing and the other 3 don't. Councilor Franks?
Thanks, Mayor Paul. So I'm wanting to clarify then, is the objective, if the 2 are reported to be affordable, that we're just trying to confirm that they are we thinking that there may, I guess I'm trying to understand bringing them for a hearing. I'm trying to understand the objective so it's clear to us and clear to the public. So is that objective to ensure that they truly are affordable projects, that we think that there's some risk? I guess at least help me understand that piece.
Councilor Beta?
Yes, or that they comply with the requirements of the ordinance. That's all we're saying, is that let's go through the process, make sure that they comply with the criteria in the ordinance. And if they do, great. But the ordinance, I think requires them to go through that process because they're over 40. And so we're just saying, and this is what the people have been saying right along, just follow the ordinance. The ordinance says they need to be scrutinized by council. There's criteria that's in there. We apply the criteria. If they fit, great. If they don't, then too bad, they're out. It's that simple.
May I expand?
Please.
We're not talking about a hearing like we had with the rezoning of the Sims Street property, where it was, yeah, you can do this, or no, you can't. We're looking at their suitability and their compliance with the rest of 200. And certainly, are they affordable? Is it 20% of the units? Is it 100% of the units? Just that sort of thing. It's not that we're looking to kill a project. We're just looking to make sure everything is as it is on the face of it. And that is why it's included that the council look at projects over 40 is included in the ordinance. As it was originally passed by the voters. Are they what they say they are? And does this fit within the framework? And that's the way it is within 200, and that's the way we'll be doing it a few years down the road once this initial glitch is taken care of and we're past it. So to stay faithful to the language of the ordinance and to ensure that it does jive with all of that, then yeah. And it can be, after you showed me we would have 500 units a year, I started thinking that may be more extra than we want in this initial period. So I could go with 3, I could go with 4.
Great, and I just wanted to ask a question from staff then, just to make sure, because we're all just wanting all the information so we can make good decisions up here. Does that potentially, do you know the financing mechanism, does that put those at risk in any way? Because we certainly would need to factor that into, doesn't mean I'm judging how anyone would, but just we have to base everything on facts. Does it put those projects at risk if they then need to go to that hearing where they could be denied? So again, just to have the facts.
I hate to add more complication, but the requirements of the ordinance are projects that need more than 40 allocations come to you for a hearing. So it's incompatible to both exempt them from allocations and require them to come into for a hearing. So if you as a council want to see these projects, you need to make them comply with all the ordinance. In other words, get the allocations. So they'd need to come in and get allocations. Then they'd have to come. So you'd have to make them comply with all of the ordinance. Otherwise, it's an ordinance change to require somebody that doesn't need allocations to come in. And then the criteria don't make sense because the criteria are about availability of allocations. So we're breaking it a little bit if we separate the need for allocations from the need for the hearing. So my suggestion to you is if you want to see these 4 projects, you make them, comply with the entire ordinance and get allocations, which then changes the numbers. Then you don't need to exempt as many future, but I don't know that we'll have enough allocations to grant even the small projects then in 2020.
This may be a good time for that break you were talking about.
Could I add one thing, though?
No, one second. There's other people that were ahead of you to speak, so.
Well, I thought this was part of the questions that were arising from my response, which I would still have the floor, but.
Councilor Vincent has the floor.
Whatever. I'll bring it later.
Okay. If we're just talking about the 2 projects that are out there now that are affordable housing, dealing with some of these CHFA credits, because we have quite a few in our neighborhood, they're against a time frame. And if it doesn't get approved this time, whether the neighbors want it or not, I'm just giving you the facts of how it's running, which is coming up, I believe, February 4th. They will be denied, and they will not go forward because they can't get their financing. And so nobody at CHFA wants to deal with giving them the financing unless they're assured that they can get the allocations. If they're not assured that they can get the allocations, these 2 projects, it will stop there.
Agreed. And I think we heard to that. And one of the projects actually was supported by the neighborhood. And so when you look at that neighborhood, we have the neighborhood president here who was here for that rezone. So it I think merits some examination. Okay. Ms. Hodson, we're going to take a break, but what is going to help while we're taking a break as far as some language? I think we want to examine an extension from 3 to 5.
No, 2 to 3 or 2 to 4.
2 to 3, 2 to 4. Okay.
So you need to make that decision so that we can then put the numbers into the proposed resolution.
Okay.
So we need a little more definition before we can write.
Okay, so we may have to take a couple breaks. All right, so let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:50. Okay, let us reconvene the Monday, January 27th meeting on Tuesday, January 28th at 12:03 a.m. And just as a quick reminder to council, we have still 3 more items after this. So, okay, so when we left, we had some potential amendments. We do have a motion and a second in place. So I think it'd be worth maybe taking a stab at the easiest amendment, and that would be, I think, where there is some decent consensus of going from the 2-year to the 3-year. So if somebody wants to make that motion, and that will help signal, I think, to staff, you can begin trying to figure out those numbers then from there. Councilor Abel, do you want to make that motion?
I prefer to make a motion for 4 years. So if somebody wants to make the 3-year motion, feel free. Okay, in that case, oh, were you moving, Mr. Beater? Well, I will. Okay.
Right, I move that the proposed resolution, which includes a 2-year period for averaging the allocations, that 2-year be changed to 3 years, and that we recalculate the allocations based upon that.
Second.
Motion is second to adjust the 2 years to 3 years with a reallocation, and that those numbers will come for us as we have to make the final approval. Any more discussion? Who was our second?
Charlie and Sharon jointly.
Yes, okay. All right. Motion is second. Please cast your votes. Councilor LeBear. That passes 10 ayes, 1 nay, and the nay being Councilor LeBear. All right. Okay. Okay, so the second part of this was the redlined amendment portion that would basically encapsulate everything that we've done. However, it would make one project, because of its, I don't know the eloquent word you used, but it would take one project, I think it's the 252 unit out, 235 out, and put that through the 40 plus hearing process, and would leave the other 3, which is a 70, those other 3 in. So that is one portion. The other was to make them all go through, and the original was to make none go through. So I'm happy to entertain a motion on any 3 of those to keep this moving. Councilor Harrison.
I'll take a stab. I would like to move that we would exclude the 235 unit development from this process, make them go back through, and I'll leave it there. I don't want to address, I want to include the other 3 or not make them go through the process.
Okay.
Did I say that clearly?
So,
no, it's after midnight. Brain and
okay.
mouth are not working.
So the way the current resolution is written, it would be all 4 of those, none of those 4 would need to go through. So your amended to this version would say the only one that would need to go through that process would be the 235.
Correct.
Okay. Councilor Skilling, am I working off yours here?
So the proposal is that the 230, so you have the four projects that, and this is what we've talked about tonight, the 4 projects are the 440 or more, the 363, the 218, the 70, and the 235. The proposal has the 363, the 218, and the 70 exempt under authority to continue. They don't need allocations, so that they continue. The 235 may not proceed under authority to continue. It is not exempt from. Yes. this ordinance?
So moved is what you would have to say.
Which is what this says.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. There's discussion. Councilor LeBeer.
I guess I'm just still trying to wrap my head around sort of the justification for excluding the 235 unit development, but also somehow including all the other ones in requiring them to, or excluding the other three projects from not having to go to a hearing, but including just the one project. Is there any justification for that, or is it just, we're just like a legal justification or anything like that, or is this just kind of our feelings on the issue? I'm just trying to understand that better.
So the original authority to continue conversations have always dealt with, have they done enough? Did they do all the proper necessary things to secure a building permit? The other part of this is tonight, we have to assign available allocations, whether it's to the affordable pool or a combination of the pools, which means we're open for business for people to come in and apply for building permits over the next X amount of years. This project has issues that are no secret. We've heard, we all know about the Board of Adjustments, the litigation, the appeals, everything that's going on with it. And before that, we heard about their status with planning and so forth. That project is different than the rest in that circumstance, that it has not done everything that authority to continue had envisioned. And what we can't do is placehold for that project for some indefinite amount of time. Now, well, I'll leave it at that.
And on that note, so I understand where you guys are coming from with that project, but what's the justification for the other three? That's what I haven't heard. I mean, are we aware, are we all aware of what all the other three projects and where they are and all the different things that they've submitted? And I mean, I'm just curious. I haven't heard a discussion about the other ones besides the one that we did the rezoning on. So I take that one out. So there's two more.
So yeah, there would be two more. There would be the 70 unit that we heard about. That's the Archway, the 22nd and Wadsworth. That's the one that requires the CHAFA financing. So we've heard a lot about the timelines. We heard that we had a presentation a few weeks ago, whenever that was, an eternity ago. We had the presentation about CHAFA and the timelines that are involved there. So we know that's coming up quickly. So those are those two projects, which leaves only the 363 project. That would be the only one that hasn't necessarily been discussed. And that's the 66 Van Gordon.
Okay, well, I know the other one has been discussed, the Wadsworth one about the CHAFA credits. But was there a discussion about the actual submittal and the plans and the site plan and all that discussion, or was it just about tax credits? I'm just curious if anybody knows.
So I think the premise or the foundation was built upon that they have done everything that they need to do to secure or formally and legally applied. Mm-hmm. Whereas the pull out or the carve out is saying, again, because there aren't technical issues with those three. There's certainly some issues you've heard from the neighborhood, okay, but there's not technical issues with.
And we're saying there's technical issues with the White Fence Farm one. They didn't apply before the election, or they applied after the election?
They did.
Got it. They applied, but then they had the litigation, so that's what we're talking about. I'm trying to make the distinction here. I know it's very ineloquent, but that's what happens when you're here till midnight. So I'm trying to make the distinction here for the neighbors so that they understand why there's some sort of distinction that it's hard to understand why we're treating one property different from the other. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So I appreciate all of you attempting to help me get there. So I know it's a full-time job. My wife would agree.
Okay. So we do have a motion second. Councilor Abel.
Thank you. Mr. LeBure, when I was your age, midnight was nothing. I feel for you over the next few years as you age. The Sim Street property we have already given an okay to. And I don't think anybody's going to call that back just over allocations. So it's covered. The the Archway project, I would rather see handled through a hastily called special meeting. We could even do it during a portion of our retreat this week. Pull it up, throw out the motion that we're going to send a letter to Chaffa guaranteeing that it will have the allocations. And we will have heard it. It will be an open meeting, so anybody that wants to come and comment can come and comment. And if we decide not to do that, that's part of the deal. But we can have the hearing that quickly. That leaves two. One of them is the White Fence Farm. It is, it did not receive a permit, for one thing, by December 31st. Or if it did, it'll be recalled after the BOA action the other night, I would imagine. So that leaves one, and there is no deadline looming over that one, and we can have that hearing soon, but not immediately. So that would be my thought. I would rather go ahead and schedule a hearing for the Archway project. We exempt we leave off White Fence Farm because of its difficulty, and we don't want 200 units being held up when we could get them into the on the ground in another fashion instead of just holding space for these folks that we're not sure of. And then we schedule the other one, and that would be my suggestion for this amendment.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, and I appreciate your energy and endurance. So,
Councilor Johnson to the motion.
What was it Reagan said, that he appreciated somebody's youthfulness or something? I can't remember. Yeah, an experience. I think I have to agree with Councilman Abel. 7:30, they've gone through everything. I'd like to see them proceed. White fence needs to be taken off. They've got issues. We don't even know how that's going to be resolved. But the property at 22 Wadsworth, there has been comment that they did not do their due diligence with the neighborhood. And we heard the gentleman tonight speak about that. I think we need to take that very seriously. And that one I am concerned about.
As I said, there would be a hearing, and there's no guarantee it's going to slide by. But we at least can give them their day in court, as it were, and before the Chaffa deadline. So that if we concur, then they're still in line for Chaffa credits, and if we don't, they're not.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on this amendment. Councilor Gutwein.
I will be supporting this amendment. I can understand the justification that the White Fence Farm project has not gone through all the processes necessary because of the legal quagmire it currently finds itself. I cannot support, however, looping the other projects that did get their application in before the adoption of this chapter, because they submitted, they were formally and legally applied for before we adopted this chapter. So thank you.
Okay, motion and a second. Any more discussion? Please cast your votes on this amendment.
What is the amendment?
That's okay. So the amendment is essentially what Mayor Pro Tem read, that allows 3 of those projects to move forward and pulls back the White Fence Farm project to the 40 unit hearing.
does more than that.
So, okay.
I think we need to be clear that it does more than that.
Okay. So the motion and a second, I've called for the vote, and I have everybody except for one person who's weighed in.
I just wanted to clarify that the amendment in the red line does not call for a hearing. It calls for the project to be pulled back completely. Correct?
If it's pulled back, it would still have to go through a hearing in the future. So
the language is the 235 unit development may not proceed under the authority to continue provision as it would prejudice the allocation system. It is subject to ongoing litigation and other issues, and as such has not gone through all processes necessary to secure a building permit, allowing this project to count against available allocations while facing an uncertain future prejudices the ability for other applicants to receive allocations in 2020 and 2021.
Okay.
And that passes 9 ayes, 2 nays, the nays being Abel and Johnson. Okay. So we have those 2 amendments. Is there a third amendment? I don't think there is a third amendment at this point. Okay, seeing none, I will ask Mayor Pro Tem, well, hold on. We have to figure out all the numbers now.
Well, we also have the, we have to identify the end date, because that's not, so the end date, we had the original one said 2021, now the amended tonight said 2020, December 31st, 2020. That also would have to be voted on. So just, I know it's been a long night. So going back, we had originally said the last time we discussed the proposal that these exempted projects would, if they didn't get done by the 2021, the end of the year, then their building permits would be invalidated. So they couldn't just be sitting on placeholded stuff, similar to other things we've talked about. Now we're talking about moving that up by a full year so that we really don't prejudice our allocation system and making it December 31st, 2020. That would be the amendment.
If I may offer a small clarification, it's not that their permits would be invalid because they wouldn't have a permit yet if they didn't meet the deadline. It's that they would have to get allocations. Yeah, so they're free of the allocation process until whatever date you pick. If they don't get a permit by that date, then they need to go through the allocation process. Is that correct?
Right. If they didn't get it by the end of the year, you go back to go.
Right. The question is which year?
2020.
2020. So it's currently 2021. It would take it to 2020. Crystal clear, 2020.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to be an amendment that's voted on. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Somebody makes a motion.
Do we need to do that?
Okay, I'll take a crack at it if you want me to.
Yeah, it's, sure.
Um,
Here you go. And you can say so moved. Any pre-July 2019 applications which did not receive a building permit by December 31st, 2020 is the new language, will be canceled or otherwise invalidated. This will provide certainty and fairness in the number of 2021 allocations, which has changed from 2022 and beyond allocations.
so moved.
Before there's a second, let me just. So that is in this red line draft. Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilor LeBeer. Motion and a second on this amended language. Any discussion? Okay. Please cast your votes. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Okay. So we have 3 amendments and the original motion. So what do we need to do to get our final measure adopted, which are going to be the allocations?
We need to do the math.
But then do we have to do...
Yep, but we need them to set the pool numbers. That's what I
Yep.
Okay.
And we get to do pools. And I didn't bring...
Are you certain?
All right.
Need to be certain.
One option is when we come back, the blanks can still be there, but you'll know what number you're using for 2020, and then you can split it up, and by an amendment, you can put the numbers into the blanks, and we won't have to recess again. You will have finished the work.
I mean, I'd rather get it right. I know it's late, but this is a big deal.
The thing is you can do percentages. You could
Yeah.
say 50 and then we can
Oh yeah,
the numbers work that way.
I get what you're saying. So for the pool part, yes. Pool pond. Pond's good for you. Mayor Pro Tem.
We need to at least understand with this 3-year and the things we've done, we need to understand what the numbers are, whether we do percentage or what we do. We need to know what those numbers are, whether it's 500 or 400 or 300 or 200, because we can't assign percentages without knowing that.
Okay, so Councilor Abel, you're lit up, but can we take 5 minutes? Will that suffice?
Can we have 10?
Yes. No, I appreciate that. Okay, 12:35.
What did you mean by that comment?
Tuesday.
That I'm lit up.
It's Tuesday. I'd like to reconvene the Lakewood City Council regular City Council meeting, which started on January 27th, and we are reconvening on Tuesday, January 28th at 1:05 a.m. Mr. Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do two things. First, I just want to run through the numbers so you can see where those came from. And then I'll talk a little bit about the revised resolution that was prepared over the last few minutes that has been handed out to the City Council. So first, the numbers. And I'm going to begin with the number 1075. And by doing that, we're going to switch over to the computer real quickly to show you why that's the first number. This is the chart that was in the presentation earlier this month. The lower left quadrant of the white portion is the 1075. So those are applications accepted prior to the effective date of the ordinance that have not yet been issued permits. So that's where we're starting, is with the 1075. We're going to subtract from that 235. Which are the number of units in the proposed White Fence Farm project. That leaves us with 840. Dividing that by the 3 years that was discussed by council is a number of 280 units. If we start then with the 693 allocations that the formula in the ordinance would create for 2020, subtract the 280 that was calculated on the left page, that leaves us with 413 allocations available in 2020 and intended to be also available, or a comparable calculation, in 2021 and 2022, so all 3 years. This resolution assigns the 413 to 2020 and reiterates the intent for 2021 and 2022 to do the same kind of a calculation. So that's where the numbers came from. The resolution, which is 2 pages, I'm not going to try to read it and don't expect anybody to read it from this, but I just want to explain a couple of items. This started with the document that was in the council packet that's been published for 10 days. Changes that were made to reflect your decisions tonight are underlined for additions, and there are strike-throughs for words that are deleted from the resolution that was in the packet. That's the first thing I wanted to explain. The changes are either underlined if they're additions or struck through if they're deletions from the packet. I also want to talk just for a moment about those, the 1, 2, 3, fourth whereas clause. You'll see the letters C, F, H, A above my finger here that are circled. Those then shift over here to section 4. That is not a decision that you made tonight. So you may want to just take that out of here, which is fine, or leave it, which is fine, or change it, which is fine. Those are in there to recognize that there are some affordable projects that are in the balance a bit. That section addresses those by suggesting if they get CHAFA funding, then they don't have the December 31st, 2020 deadline. Because the CHAFA funding takes more time, we take the deadline off. The deadline still exists in the next whereas, I think it is, and section 3 and on the other side. So you'll see the December 31st, 2020 deadline that you decided on, but it's not included in the CHAFA section. So if they get CHAFA funding, they may get their permit in 2021 and still not need allocations. And again, the CHAFA sections are not votes that you've had yet, so it'll take an amendment to put them in, even though they show up on the paper that you have before you, because you didn't actually do an amendment for that, but because you had discussed the affordable question and those projects, we took a stab at what you might want to consider.
It's a typo, just transpose the CFHA.
Yeah, right here, these letters are completely incorrect. We probably need another recess.
No. See,
It's fixed already. Poor guy.
so do you want to ask a clarifying question about?
And I'm sorry, there is at least one amendment that you need, and that is to fill in the blanks in section 2, which is the distribution of allocations among the pools.
Okay. So just to reiterate, to get everybody back up to speed in case people are just retuning in, we've approved 3 amendments, and now there's an additional 2. Would they have to be 2 for the CHAFA, or just adopting those same clauses, whatever that looks like? And then we have one other, and then there's a clarifying question from Mayor Pro Tem Skilling, I think, on other language.
Well, I think we just want to clarify. We actually read in on the new whereas, which is the 5th one down that deals with the 235 project. We actually read in the exact language, and that's what was voted on. So my concern is that this language is not necessarily that language. And though it may accomplish the same goal, I don't know. We've only been analyzing it for 2.5 minutes. I think it may be more prudent. I understand the first part of identifying it, which is better than the way that we had identified it, which was 235. I understand that part. But as you go further in, it may be better to stay closer to what we had written in there, because we did spend a lot of time agreeing on that language. So I'm just throwing it out there almost to the body, just because we did read that particular language. I just want to make sure that we're not missing anything in a rush or anything like that. That's what we had identified.
And to reiterate, I believe the exact motion was the paragraph that starts with the 235 unit development may not proceed under the authority to continue provision.
Right.
As it would prejudice the allocation system and is subject to ongoing litigation and other issues. So can that paragraph be thrown in or swapped out? And do we have to have, is there a little bit of legal ease that you have placed in there that has to be adopted into there?
I mean, the first 2 lines, I think, would make sense to keep. The City Council has found that one project at 6263 West Jewel, for which application was made in 2019 prior to LMC Chapter 1427 becoming effective, and then we switch over to may not proceed under and continue using the language from your document.
I mean, I think if you just added the last, I almost think if you kept all the language that you guys did, it seems like it tracks almost verbatim. We were gone through all the necessary processes. That may want to be in there. And then also the last sentence of the motion we passed, which gives further clarification if this body thinks that that needs to be there. The last sentence of that motion does not appear in this resolution. So if that's acceptable to put in there, that's what we actually passed.
So I think it would be cleaner to just go forth with what we passed and then add in what extras we needed added in.
Like the clarifying language that you did is better than saying 235.
The introductory part of it.
Yeah, obvious.
So done.
That work? Yeah, does anybody need clarification on that? Okay. All right, looks like we're good. So that takes us to, need a motion to, yes, sir. Oh, Councilor Abel.
I could just watch you when you forgot me and I was sitting next to you. There are 2 things here. Why did we decide no allocations for the hardship pool?
I don't think we have.
No, that I'm asking staff. I think that's where that came from.
You've not. I think we just have that instead of a blind.
I understand that doesn't mean that others won't come in. I mean,
Well, I don't think we've set that as a body.
Nope. All three of those numbers need to be set.
We have to set those.
okay, well, it says, and 0 allocations are hereby assigned instead of a blank for allocations in front of hardship pool. Okay, thank you. Also, as I mentioned earlier, and I will read the exact verbiage, Section 14.27.070, Schedule of Allocation Periods. A, for all calendar years, the open pool will have 2 allocation periods, which occur from January 1st through May 31st and from June 1st through October 31st. It's the exact language. Calls for 2 allocation periods, and we're doing it in 1 allocation period. I am not terribly troubled by that, but I would hate to set a precedent now that doesn't follow the exact language later. Again, that's 14.27.070. For those of you scrambling to find it.
It's under A. 2 periods. Shouldn't it be 2 application periods, not allocation?
No, it's allocation.
We don't reset anything. We don't reset anything.
Michael Philadetter.
In the meantime, while you're looking, Councilor Beta, you want to add to that?
Well, I'm understanding what, if I'm understanding what Councilor Abel is getting at, are you saying that we should have the allocation for both periods now?
No.
What's your point then?
My point is it calls for 2 different allocation periods.
Right.
And we have 1. We're
Right.
doing January 1st through December 31st. And the language, I have just lost it. The language says that there shall be, in all calendar years, there shall be 2 allocation periods for the open pool. It shall be January 1st through June 1st, July 1st, and then, or June 31st. I'll get back to that language here. May 31st. Okay. Right.
Okay, but, I'm sorry, go ahead, I thought you were done.
So it calls for 2 allocation periods, and I'm wondering why we're doing them in 1, and if you have a suitable.
Well, I think there's an answer right there in the next paragraph, because you take the excess from the affordable housing at the end of May 31st, and those go into the pool. So you can't set the allocations in the second pool until after May 31st. So we can't do it now. We have to wait till May 31st. It looks to me like, and then we see if there's any excesses, and then we set it then.
Okay, so we would only, in the second allocation period, we would only use those allocations not claimed from other pools in the first go-round. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I think you'd add them to whatever you had already allocated from
Sure.
January to May 31st.
Those would only be the leftover ones. We don't say we're given 295 here, and in the second period there would be another 100 that could be claimed. We're waiting to find out what is not claimed in the first one. Okay.
That's how I would read it.
So the hardship pool will never have anything in it but leftover permits or unclaimed. I'm sorry, the second open pool would remain empty unless there was something left over from the after May 31st.
Well, wouldn't the allocations from the first 6 months also carry over logically? So those would carry over into the open pool plus any leftovers.
Sure, but if, for instance, there were some allocations left over in some of the other pools, they could be shifted to the open pool in that second period. Is that the way y'all read it?
What other?
The way you read it? Pardon?
What other pools are you talking about that?
We have 4 pools, or 3 pools. One of them's the open pool. The open pool has 2 allocation periods. So I think what you're telling me, Mr. Beta, is that anything that is left over from the other pools after May 31st could go into that second allocation period for open pool.
Yeah.
Okay, I can live with that. Thank you. Instead of asking you folks, I'll refer the question to Mr. Beta. Thank you. No, that works for me. That does work. That's a good explanation. Okay.
Okay, beautiful. So can we have, yeah, we're, Ms. Hodson.
Okay.
I just want to reiterate what Councilor Abel just said. So on 14.27.060, it identifies the 4 pools that now you need to allocate. First one is open pool, then hardship pool. Third is affordable / low-income housing pool, and the last one is surplus pool. So.
Okay. Well.
Okay. And we need a new, anyways. Okay. Can we get the language adopted in for the CHAFA sentences? Someone wants to take a stab at that. So that's going to be the adoption of the, looks like you have the 4th whereas, as well as the section 3 and section, well, just 4. Okay. Councilor Franks.
I move for the addition of a 4th whereas clause to read, whereas the city council desires that all projects under the authority to continue provisions that are not utilizing funding from the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, in parentheses CHAFA, secure building permits by December 31st, 2020, and for the addition of section 3 to read, section 4 to read, notwithstanding section 3 herein, for those projects utilizing CHFA funding that applied for building permit prior to July 12th, 2019, City Council hereby directs staff to proceed without allocations regardless of date of building permit issuance.
Once before we second that, could you also add section 5? It looks, although you only have the section.
The number just changed because of the addition of section 4.
All right, and so what that did was, just to kind of clarify, is that we inserted a whereas after number 3, the 3rd whereas, and then we also renumbered the sections. We now have sections 1 through 5, with 4 being the addition. Does that clarify?
Nice job. Okay, second.
Second.
Hey, motion is second. Any clarifications or any comments or discussions? Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
On section 3, we say that they can except for 6263 West Jewel, they can proceed without allocations, or I'm sorry, direct staff to proceed except for that one project without allocations on all building permits, building permit applications received prior to July 12th. They receive building permits no later than December 31st, 2020. What happens next? Is that kind of hanging out there it says, okay, proceed. Do we need anything that says what happens if they don't do it by then? Something to kind of close the loop there, because it leaves it. So I'm thinking in the future, we're looking back on this resolution, we need to close this loop. So we had originally said that if they don't get that, I think my legal term of art was they return to go. So, and then originally in the proposal, what was up here tonight was it's either invalidated, the building permit was canceled.
Not on CHAFA though.
Not on CHAFA, but on the CHAFA is taken care of by section 4. Section 3 would be just the normal guys not on CHAFA.
But that would be a separate motion, right? Because we're doing the CHAFAs. So you're going.
We can come back to that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Next
thought you
one.
wrote section 3 at the same time.
No, I did not.
So yeah, so let's come back to that. So the motion in the second pertains to section 3 or section 4, and the fourth the third whereas, the fourth whereas, 4 and 4, and then an addition to section 5, which was just renumbering it. Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. Please cast your votes.
Okay.
Passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Mayor Pro Tem, now you want to go to the end date on section 3.
Well, I just think there needs to be now an additional sentence at the end of there that just says what we had all discussed, which was that if they don't receive those so it says building permits no later than December 31st, 2020. Maybe it says, comma, otherwise those applications will be canceled. Because we're talking about applications if they don't get the building permits.
Just use the same language we used potentially earlier in one of the adoptions, which was at the bottom of, basically it's that paragraph that's any pre-July 2019 will be canceled or otherwise invalidated. This will provide certainty and fairness. So we have kind of similar language we could tack on.
One option might be just to focus on the fact that they now have to get allocations. In section 3, it could remain as is plus an additional sentence that might read, after which time? That's one option.
That was it.
Another option would be such applications that do not receive permits prior to 2021 shall be required to have allocations pursuant to 1427.
Prior to 2020, you mean?
No, because I used prior. So if they have not received their permit prior to 2021, in other words, by the end of 2020, they shall be required to have allocations pursuant to 1427.
All right, so you should just leave it and put a comma at the end, and then after which time they will need to get allocations pursuant to 1427. That's what we should do. The comma after 2020, put a comma instead of a period, after which time they must receive allocations or apply for allocations under 14.27. They must apply for allocations. Yeah, it's a legal document.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Did you get those words?
So there's a motion. Is there a second? Councilor
Second.
Bita, go ahead.
I was just going to say so moved.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Parker.
Maybe more than just applying for allocations, they will be subject to all of 1420. So it will be subject to the provisions of 14.27. He said, it's more than just applying for allocations, though.
That's good.
Yeah, I think so. So let's undo our second and our motion and start over, please.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Thank you.
Done, is it? Should I read what I've written here?
If you want to say after which time.
After which time they will be subject to the provisions of, is it article or section? Article 4, chapter 14.27.
So moved? Question mark?
Okay, I would prefer, let me do this. So the motion would be, there's a comma at the end of that sentence after 2020, after which time they will require allocations and be subject to the entirety of 14.27.
Second.
So moved.
Second. We have a second. Okay. Motion and a second. Councilor Vincent, your light is on. Did you want to speak to that?
Not to that, but I do have a question about something that we approved.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So there's a motion and a second on Mayor Pro Tem's provision adding language to section 3. Thank you. Please cast your votes.
But we're not using this anymore, we're using.
Councilor Goodwin?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. 11 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you. Councilor Vincent?
We changed it.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay. So I think that's those, and now we need to do the numbers.
It was in there, yeah.
So that would be section. So there's going to be the third whereas and section 1 need to be adopted, correct? Because the third whereas, it's actually not the third, it would be
Underlined.
the 7th whereas and the 8th whereas, as well as section 1 need to be adopted via an amendment. Because you already have a main motion and then you have a bunch of amendments. So I think it'd be cleaner. Mr. Cox, would it be cleaner to do those 3 rather than just adopt rest of, because we have a main motion based upon something completely different then?
I'm sorry, so your question is to do each of the numbers?
No. We could do them, I think we could do them the way Councilor Franks did them, but just want to make sure that's the cleanest way.
The changes to the 7th and 8th whereas are intended to reflect the amendments you already made.
Okay.
While the language didn't come directly out of the amendment because of the nature of those amendments, I think they may be addressed already.
So those numbers are all adopted because basically they are underlined and we've adopted everything else that is underlined.
You comfortable with that, Tim?
I actually don't think that this is the language that was brought to you as proposed language and has not been adopted. So even though numbers are underlined, they need to be made part of the resolution. So
that would include the third whereas also?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, you're right. So it'd be the third whereas, the 3rd, 7, 8, and then section 1. So we could do those all as one block. So I can just read them in and we'll just have a so move. So
yeah, I think so.
Okay. Whereas the City Council has found that applications for 840 dwelling units for which applications were made in 2019 prior to LMC Chapter 14.27 becoming effective may proceed without allocations under the provisions of LMC 14.23.160, paren authority to continue, paren. 14.27. Thank you. And then we'll jump down to the 7th, whereas LMC 14.27.140 authorizes the City Council to temporarily reduce the 1% limit at will, and the City Council hereby decreases the 2020 allocations by 1/3, paren 1/3, paren, of the 840 dwelling units noted above, i.e. 280, with further intent to reduce the 2021 and 2022 allocations in a comparable manner. Then we'll go to the 8th, whereas 693 allocations determined by LMC 14.27.050 paren B and paren C minus 280 allocations determined to be eliminated at the discretion of City Council equals 413 allocations available in 2020. So bear with me on a quick clarifier before I jump into section 1. Do I also need to read in the 9th whereas, which has to do with 94?
Yeah.
That's already in there. That didn't change.
Okay. Then we'll jump to section 1. 413 housing allocations are hereby created for use in 2020. Thank you. There's motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Okay. 11 ayes, 0 nays. So now our final section is section 2, allocations. And a whereas. Whereas I don't know right now. Councilor Abel.
Are we ready to discuss what numbers we want to put in those blanks?
Yes, sir.
I would suggest that we allocate 60% of the allocations to the open pool and 40% to the affordable low-income housing pool. That would be 60-40. I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
So because we need to fill in the
yes,
hardship blank as well, I wanted to clarify 0% for hardship.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we would be using a hardship pool for in this first go-round, since so many things are going through anyway, exempt. Do you concur with that, Mr. Parker? Mr. Parker, I hate to wake you. I'm barely awake myself. No hardships this year. Do you see any reason to change?
I agree with you.
Add any?
We don't have any applications for it, and we don't anticipate using it.
So as a suggestion to get to an even number, we would do 250 units as the open, which gets us 3 units above 60%.
Okay. So we want to do actual figures instead of percentages. I was under the impression we wanted to do, at the staff's suggestion, it was percentages. So yeah, I'll go with the 250. And
the motion that you would make is going to be 250 are allocated to the open pool, and whatever that remainder off of the 413 minus 163. Okay. Are hereby assigned to the affordable low income housing pool.
that's exactly what I said.
Okay. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Bita? Yes, sir.
Question. How many applications for affordable housing do we have for 2020 as we speak tonight?
None.
Zero. How many do you anticipate? Do you have any anticipation at all?
Other than the ones in the system, I'm not aware of any that are coming.
May I?
Let me build off that. However, part of the issue we've heard is they weren't aware of what could be available. So we were trying to look. I think the largest Metro West housing developments don't go over about 200 units.
May I?
So I think that was somewhat in that range. Councilor Abel.
There is also the possibility that someone applying in the open pool will not get enough permits. If they're 10 short and we have allocations in the open pool, in the affordable pool, we could say, Mr. or Ms. Developer, why don't you go ahead with your 90 units and take the 10 units out of the affordable pool and make them affordable housing forever, or for 30 years, whatever that limit is. That way we achieve not only supplementing what Metro West and Archway can do, we put a responsibility on developers who need a few more, and we more or less spread it out across the city in a more effective manner, and that's what HUD wants us to do. So,
well, if I may,
I would suggest they would be there for that purpose.
Well, the reason for my question is I didn't want to just use an arbitrary percentage or number. I wanted to see what, what we might anticipate going forward, and I think that's getting at what I'm getting at, which is maybe we need some input from staff as to what would make sense for 2020 in that split.
Like I said, we only know the 94 applications that we have for the open pool right now. We will probably get a few more single-family homes in that open pool, so that number will be larger, but probably won't reach 250. And we don't currently anticipate any affordable houses. So there's no staff concerns with this split as it's proposed.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
Just for clarification, under .070C, any of these affordable housing allocations that aren't used by May 31st are transferred to the open as of June. So you almost can't go wrong with having too much affordable, because if it's not used, it does go back to open.
Right, and what we've heard from everyone on all sides of 200 is affordable is vital. So in this first shot out, we're not sure what the split's going to be. It's, I guess, no matter where we put them, it'll be a guess at best. So, yeah.
Councilor Johnson.
I really appreciate where you're coming from regarding the affordable housing. I'm not real sure what the definition of that actually is. However, I struggle with government, if you will, telling a developer that they have to build affordable housing and gaming the allocations to say, if you want what you're going to try to do, we can pull you some from this. I'm just not real comfortable with that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Seeing no more discussion, please cast your votes. Oh, sorry. That passes 10 ayes, 1 nay. The nay being Councilor Johnson. Okay, I think that is the end of the amendments.
How we do both.
Yes, that was the first one that we covered, and they took language from here to show.
We did it in two bites, but covered the whole thing.
Okay, so can I ask for a final motion as amended? Mayor Pro Tem?
What's that? Yeah, what are we at right now?
A final motion as amended to adopt Resolution 2020-8 as amended.
So I move for the adoption of Resolution 2020-8 as amended.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please, no more discussion. Cast your votes. There you go. 11 ayes, 0 nays. Nice work, council, especially Mayor Pro Tem Skilling. Very nice. Okay, so now we need to jump back to, I'll ask the clerk to please reread item 2020-6.
Item 7, Resolution 2020-6, approving city council appointments to various boards and committees.
Okay. So there's two things. Councilor Springsteen wanted to address one point. The other point I just wanted to clarify is we created a new committee at our previous meeting to look at the city attorney's process. And so I had asked for volunteers, hoping to get one per ward. And I've heard from some of you, and I just wanted to try to ratify that because that'll be an amendment to this to be part of this committee. And this is just a committee that looks at process. Everything will come back like all of our other committees to council as a whole. Okay, so we have Sharon, I think you were the one in 2. Karen, you said 5. Michael, you want to be in 3? Okay. Skilling, you're Ward 4. We have Ward 1. And what's that? Okay. And that'll be Councilor Johnson. So technically I don't want to make that amendment. So that actually, let's read this back in. Not you, sorry. I'll have somebody, Mayor Pro Tem, make a motion for the adoption of council appointments.
I move the adoption of item 6, which is Resolution 2020-6, which is the appointment of counselors to committees.
Okay. And if I could ask somebody to make an amendment to this to include, and I don't know the official name of that committee. Did we get a second? Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second. I don't remember. I was looking for it tonight. I don't remember the name of the committee. However, I think, Councilor Johnson, go ahead. Do you know the name of it? Oh, okay.
No, I don't either.
Okay, so I would like a motion to add, I'll just say it, make a motion to add Councilors Johnson, Vincent, Beta, Skilling, and Harrison, and by the resolution, I was on that, to the city attorney process committee, hiring process committee. I think that's probably pretty close.
So moved.
Okay. So, okay, motion is second. Any discussion on that, Councilor Johnson? Yeah, yours will be second.
I would just like to say that I think that in Ward 3, Councilors Beta and Springsteen have a very nice way of working on this, in that if one person can't come, the other one can come in their place, so that you're not totally locked in. And that's a nice way to work together in a ward. I'd like to see us expand that and work that way in general with all of the wards, not just with 3.
Okay. So we're going to get to that part secondarily. So again, to this motion, okay. Okay, motion a second. Please cast your votes. All right, that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Madam Clerk, you'll get the right name of that committee for the final. Thank you. Okay, in the second part, Councilor Springsteen.
So it's important, I'm going to try to keep this short. I know you're all tired. It's important, I think, in a city for you to have a variety of people represented on council. And my limitation is that I'm a single mom and I have a law practice and I don't have a lot of time to serve on committees. And under the policies, I believe we're only required to serve on one committee. And so I've thought through some alternatives for that, because it's not fair for Councilor Beta to shoulder all of that. And one idea, which I had somebody look into under the charter, is that we may be able to have sort of proxies serve for us on committees of our choosing. And so that's an idea I set forth in that regard. I will obviously participate in various issues that arise, like Councilor Franks and I were discussing the Airbnb issue. But I don't feel comfortable with actually being assigned to the committee without more definition to that. So I don't know where to go from there, but that's my reality right now. So.
Yep, and so I appreciate that. And so what I had done, Councilor Beat and I had talked, and if you look at the resolution, I have included both Councilor Springsteen and Beta on those committees where there is a required person. And honestly, I don't know, and that can be a discussion for a further date. We are the elected representatives. I don't know how you could justify proxying somebody who's not elected to be on a council committee. But we can have that discussion. But I try to find an area where you're both on it, you both can communicate. We list you as both so that you both have the opportunity to vote and participate. And if either one of you can't make it, you can't make it. There's certainly going to be instances where council members aren't going to be able to make those committees. But I tried to be thoughtful in that. And sans either leaving them blank or filling Ward 3 specific roles with other council members, then you kind of undo the balance gets undue, right? So certainly want to be sensitive to everybody's position on council. And I thought this was a unique way, and I know Councilor Beta was willing to take this on for now as well. So got some folks who want to discuss. Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I just want to say I appreciate that you guys were able to come to that arrangement. I think that from the Housing Policy Commission standpoint, that we can certainly accommodate that. We have an amazing note taker who is sitting out here in front of me who does amazing notes. We give work assignments that can be split up, so we certainly will embrace this need, and we'll make sure that we kind of think about that as we assign things. So I'm certainly open to working with that, and we'll certainly keep you as engaged as we can.
Councilor Abel.
The concept sounds good, but one of the reasons we have standing ad hoc committees is so when you attend one of those, hopefully you attend all of the meetings and you are informed as things develop and things go along. If you parachute in to put out a fire at the time, whenever your ward mate is not there, what knowledge will you be coming from? What thorough backgrounding do you have if you only attend the occasional meeting? You don't get the whole context of the larger issue. For a development dialogue committee, for instance, it would be really hard for somebody to come and drop in on say I've been going to the meeting every month for the last 10 months, and then all of a sudden I can't go. It would be difficult for Ms. Johnson to make up that learning curve that would be instilled in someone who had been there for all of the meetings. So I think it's a lofty sounding idea, but in reality, I think you lose a lot in the you'll have someone voting without the enough background.
Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I think this, I can certainly appreciate this challenge. And I think that maybe Councilor Johnson, and I can't remember who else was on the committee at the time, will remember that during the legislative committee, I used to have to bring Teddy, who is 3, with me to these meetings, and we were talking about some very serious issues, and I put like headphones on him so he couldn't hear what we were talking about. Now my kids know about as much about local politics as probably many adults, but anyway, I can definitely appreciate that, and I think that that's also always another option, though maybe not very appealing to anyone. So I appreciate the challenge. I think we can all do everything we can to make it work. It's important to have a diverse group on our council. The last thing I was going to say is potentially maybe down the road we could examine whether or not we actually need one from every ward on every single one of these committees, because perhaps we could cut some, you know, I think we've built a level of trust. Maybe that's going a little too far, but I think perhaps we could probably get it done with a smaller number on some of these committees.
And keep in mind, I think the housing committee is going to pick up, but the development dialogue could be taking a hiatus. I know you may have. Okay. All right. Councilor Beta, LeBeer, and Franks.
Well, I appreciate Councilman Abel's point, and he does have a point there. However, what we have to do is sort of make a choice here between having someone on there that is filling in and may not be up to speed on everything, or having no representation at all. Those are the two choices you have. And if we go on the assumption that it's important for the ward to have representation, then it seems to me of those two, it's better to have someone there that may not be fully informed as opposed to no representation for the ward at all. So if you got to make those two choices, that's where I would come out.
Councilor LeBeer.
Yeah, I would just add, I'd echo what Councilman Abel says. I think certainly it's, there are certain situations where I know it would be very challenging just to hop in and not have a sense of what all the discussions were, because I know I'm guilty of, even when I've missed one meeting, having a hard time following the next couple. So I would just echo that. But I would also say that I think it's incumbent on all these committees to try to work with all the members to find a time that's appropriate, that works for everybody. And I just wanted to echo that. So to Ms. Springsteen, I think obviously any committee you're on, hopefully the committees will be lenient and work with you on just making times that are, you know, conducive to your schedule or plight. But I would add that to Councilor Beta, I think, you know, I think this should be, to me, it seems like this is a good opportunity for a test run. And if things work out in this year, then I think future, this might be a good method moving forward, but I think we'll have a better sense of that next year. Thanks.
Councilor Franks.
Just to quickly clarify too, the Housing Policy Committee, a commission was put together specifically with 6 members. So that's an even number right there. And we also agreed that we would bring forth both the majority and the minority opinions for council's review. So I think that offers further protection. And again, I think it will be incumbent. I do have Councilor Beta listed as the primary. And so I think it would be incumbent upon him and me as the chair to ensure that information, again, it is a little bit more work, but again, if we're encouraging diversity and we're saying that we want folks to be up here who have a lot of different situations, I'm at least willing to give this a try. If we find that, you know, down the line we need to make some corrections, but I think in the spirit of wanting to encourage diversity, that certainly I'm willing as chair to make that effort.
And so the two committees where we would be doing this hybrid would be the Housing Advisory Policy and the Development Dialogue. We'll probably have to just do a quick check and look at those ordinances that created those and see if we have to change those to add to, or to add the secondary. But in the meantime, I think we can approve all of this and just continue to work together. Okay, as amended. I think I already did that.
Mayor Ball, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2020-6 as amended.
Second.
And any more discussions? Please cast your votes. That passes 9 ayes, 2 nays, the nays being Abel and Springsteen. Okay. Will the clerk please read item 8 back into the record.
Or 10, item 10?
Yep, sorry. 2020-7.
Yes. Item 10, Resolution 2020-7, defining blighted as used in Chapter 14.27 of the Lakewood Municipal Code concerning a building permit management system using allocations for new dwelling units and establishing rules and procedures for requests to designate property as blighted.
Mayor Pro Tem.
What number is this? 10?
2020-7, yeah, item 10.
I move for the adoption of resolution 2020-7.
Yes.
Second.
Motion is second, and real quick, it's almost 2 a.m., which we may have a cutout at 2 a.m. where everything may reset. So if that happens, bear with us. We have never ventured into this or haven't for a long time, so we have 5 seconds left till 2. And we'll see if we have a, yep, cancel. The system will shut down in 4 minutes. Okay. So we're okay. They'll continue to be able to roll. Okay. All right. Did we have a motion in a second?
We just did the motion.
Okay. Okay. Motion in a second. Mayor Pro Tem Skilling.
So I'll just kick it off with, I think I had mentioned at the study session, in which I think we did have pretty strong consensus to move this version forward. But one of the things that I had brought up at that point was not having such strict alignment with the state and then not allowing Lakewood to have something that's more narrowly tailored to the city's needs. There could be something in those 11 factors that the state uses for blight that we may not want on a city level. We may want to expand them, restrict them, do something with them to make them more appropriate to Lakewood's needs, which I think is well within our bounds to do. So that would be the only suggestion I would have to make this a little bit tighter. And it could just be as simple as we're going to follow the state, we're going to stay with the alignment with the state's factors and or other factors that we may choose to use. I understand tonight we're not going to be going through and deciding what extra criteria we may want. That's not happening tonight, obviously. But I do want to open the door to that, or leave the door open that that is something that myself and others have talked about, making more Lakewood centric rather than the state.
Mr. Cox.
Yeah, I think, going back to the discussion 11 hours ago, whenever we started this, about how this was being adopted. This initially was to adopt a rule that says, as used in this ordinance, the word shall mean as follows and shall be subject to the same process. Obviously, after some time passes, now that we're past the 6-month period, there may be things that you want to change in the ordinance itself. Things like the criteria that are listed. I think if you're going to add different factors or change them or subtract them, that might start getting into the realm of an amendment. But either way, if you decide at any point in the future that you want to add, subtract, or change something about this process, you'll be able to do that. And the purpose of tonight's was just to say, this is how we're going to define it based on the factors, and this is the process we're going to use to follow it. I think if we tried to do more now, we'd be getting into the meat of the ordinance. So, but I think you're right. You should have every opportunity to adopt different factors as you go through this process the first couple of times.
Great. Councilor Johnson.
Well, I think you're kind of leading to a point that I'm thinking as well, is that we should allow 200 to churn its way through here for a while. We finally have gotten to a point where we're going to implement it. And for us to be looking at differences in the blight at this point, I think is premature, number one. And number two, I am concerned with people asking to have their property blighted voluntarily. I feel like we're creating a loophole, and it's going to be a way to circumvent 200. So I can't support this as it is. Thank you.
Councilor Abel?
I support it as it is. If we want to add other conditions, I think that's fine. We can make it more strict. I don't think we need to be making it more lenient. And I think your comments made me think that you could go either way with it. I would like council to toe the line on what is now acceptable in state law and then add Lakewood-centric elements instead of removing things that are not Lakewood-centric.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, and to that point, I think I made very clear during that study session that I feared what Councilor Johnson just said was that it could be gamed. And I think my phraseology was, I don't want to create a loophole so big that you can just drive whatever you want through it. So yeah, my intention is to actually make it harder, so that it can, and harder is maybe not the right word, but certainly not make it more lenient, because we are very fearful, especially at this stage of it, without going through the process. We don't want people gaming this. And so I just want the opportunity to have that discussion about making it stricter to do this, because those are the concerns we all heard up here. We've all talked about those concerns, and I don't think that's anything really objectionable by anybody. In fact, I think that's what people want to see. If you're going to do that, make sure that you're not leaving the barn door open.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. That passes 8 ayes, 3 nays. Nays being Beta, Springsteen, Johnson. Sorry. Do you have any amazing grand openings you want to tell us about real quick? Or Thank you, sir. Yeah, run. Okay. Okay, so we'll move to general business. The last item is Councilor Abel, your proposal.
The Rocket Park, that's tonight.
Unless you want to postpone it.
Would you like to postpone it for a week? Or to a date certain 2 weeks from now?
Second.
I thought there would be some discussion.
So I'm seeing.
Yes, I would like to.
Okay.
I do this with apologies to Ms. Morgan, who has sat here for hours hoping we would get to this issue tonight. But
okay.
She's a very generous lady, so.
If you're willing to do that, we will, we can bring that back up. Would that be the 10th? 10th? Okay. Thank you, Councilor Abel. I'd like to spend some time to just say a lot of things and thank a lot of people, but I'm not. I don't have anything to say. It's 2:07, no reports for me. Councilor Abel.
No report.
Councilor Vincent. Councilor Gutwein.
Hallelujah.
Councilor Beta. Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Springsteen.
No report.
Councilor. I just dropped it. Johnson. LeBear. Harrison. Ms. Clerk. Mr. Cox. Ms. Hodson. Adjourned at 2:08 a.m. And your name is Ms. Franks. Drew.